The Pursuit of Happiness Act 1 Prelude == Instead of running, stop and keep it coming. You're getting your kicks right at the source. You are taking your guidance from the force, but where do you get love? Down below or from somewhere above? Got a scary feeling? I know. Here you get love. MATTHEW. Sweet. Where do you get love? Asterisk. Hiroshi, my friend, we live in interesting times. Indeed we do, Ryouga. We certainly do. They idly observed the grounds of Furanken High as a lazy afternoon lunch passed by. It was, for once, a perfectly normal afternoon. Girls were gossiping, guys were bragging, epic battles were being fought in the cafeteria for a decent sandwich. In other words, it was very much unlike Furanken as they knew it. Considering the time of year, it's surprisingly pleasant outside, isn't single quote it. Wondered Hiroshi. Grumbled Ryouga. Hiroshi had a point. For a late January, it should be pretty darn cold, but every now and then the weather would let up just enough for outside lounging to be a viable option. Ominous, said Ryouga. Very, agreed Hiroshi. Somehow, there's a vital energy lacking here. It's as if Furanken soul has been drained of its robust spirit. I know what you mean, said Hiroshi. Perhaps we have become too accustomed to the chaos which our Furanken is famous for. We are strangers to normality, said Ryouga glumly. I wonder, pondered Hiroshi, once we leave these halls, will the rest of the world seem like a great and lifeless place? Perhaps, my friend, perhaps. When again will we walk amongst warriors of legend, witness epic battles, bear witness to impossible magic? We take these things for granted. Some of us even wish this to end. Rather foolish, yet. I'll always look back with fond memories, said Hiroshi. This is common after all. The springtime of our lives. Ah, youth. We should, hey, check out the babe, said Hiroshi. Babe? Where? Asked Ryouga. Where's she at? Over there, man. Hiroshi pointed at a young girl with a bit of a tan and tomboyishly short hair. She was obviously not a student, since she wasn't in uniform. She seemed to be looking over the grounds with a certain amount of longing, and a little bit of confusion. Say, I've seen her before somewhere, said Ryouga. Yeah, me too. Wonder where. Hiroshi seemed to mull things over in his head, then stood up. Hey, where you going? Wondered Ryouga. Gonna go talk to her, of course, said Hiroshi with a lecherous grin. Are you sure that's a good idea? Wondered Ryouga. Huh? I'll bet you a lunch that the girl is a martial artist of sorts, said Ryouga. And, well, need I remind you of what happens to those who get too deeply into the martial artist circle? Hiroshi knew all too well. Almost all the martial artists of Furanken were, at the moment, in the hospital. Ranma, Ryouga, Kuno, even Happo's eyes. Wait, they were in the hospital. Hey, what could possibly happen? Wondered Hiroshi. I mean, all the major hazards are currently out of the way, you know. Ooh, good point, said Daisuke. Hiroshi grinned smugly, started walking, then halted. And, where are you going? He wondered. Why, with you, my friend, said Daisuke with a sly grin. I saw her first, said Hiroshi. Why, are you suggesting I'd try something underhand? Wondered Daisuke. Hiroshi, buddy, I'm hurt. I'm coming along just to watch your back. Yeah. I mean, who knows, she might be a psycho martial artist or something. Yeah. Right. Excuse me, guys, but I wonder if you could help me with something? Hiroshi and Daisuke froze in surprise. The girl who had come to underscore them this was unheard of. A pleasant change, actually. Usually, the girls that were looking for help ended up running to Ranma. Less than greater than they both thought. Less than good thing Ranma isn't here. Greater than, why? Yes, said the suddenly smooth Hiroshi. What can I do for you? Daisuke frowned briefly at the sudden transformation. Be damned if Hiroshi was going to outcool him. In a smooth, soothing voice, Daisuke said, how could I refuse to help a lady in distress? Ask away. Hiroshi's cool flickered briefly as he cast a mean glare at Daisuke. Well, said the girl, blushing slightly, I was wondering where students go to register for admission. Oh, that, said Hiroshi. That's room 112, first floor, said Daisuke, slightly elbowing Hiroshi to one side. The girl giggled, amused at the boy's antics. Are you sure that's the room? I thought it was the rec room. The rec room, said both boys. We had a rec room. Well, there were these palm trees everywhere, a small pond, and lots of sand. At underscore is underscore the office, said Hiroshi. Our principal has, well, strange tastes, explained Daisuke. Just keep on going to the back, said Hiroshi. You'll see the front desk eventually. Oh, okay. Want me to walk you there? Said both Hiroshi and Daisuke. No, that's alright. I think I can manage. I hope you don't mind me asking, said Hiroshi. But, what's her name? Man, how rude, said Daisuke. You introduce yourself underscore first underscore. Chismeled at the girl, saying, sorry about my friend's rudeness. He's a little short on social manners. Hey you, protested Hiroshi. My name is Daisuke. And I'm Hiroshi. Hiroshi, Daisuke, nice to meet you. My name is Ryouga, said the girl, double quote Ryouga Mahashin. The boys seemed to be distracted for a moment as their brains spun around, nagging them about something. Hey, I knew I saw you before, said Hiroshi. You were watching the big fight between Ryouga and that new guy that looked a lot like Gosenkuji. Wait a minute, said Daisuke. You're related to that ghost clone? Millimeters HM. I'm his sister. Both boys nearly face-faulted. You look nothing like your brother, said Hiroshi. I hear that all the time, said Ryouga. Actually, Ryo is the weird one in the family. The rest of us are perfectly normal. So, you'll be enrolling in Furankin this semester? Wondered Ryouga. Actually, my sister will. Both boys seemed momentarily disappointed. Less than white minute. Sister question mark greater than thought both. Well, if your sister needs help around here, said Hiroshi. We'd be glad to help, said Ryouga. Thanks, guys. I'll keep that in mind. And again, thanks for the help. She strolled away happily, leaving the two sighing and admiring her obvious athletic traits. If her sister is anything like her, said Hiroshi. Ooh yeah, said Ryouga. AHM. What are you two perverts up to now? The boys paled, then turned around slowly. Ahia, Sayuri. Hi, said Hiroshi. Yuka, how's it going? Said Ryouga. That's it, said Sayuri. Our double date is off. Yuka nodded firmly in agreement. Dog, come on, said Hiroshi. We were just talking to her. Girls, please, don't overreact. Despite their protests, the girls stomped off, leaving the boys alone beyond rejected. You know, said Hiroshi, somehow, that felt strangely familiar. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Said Ryouga. Man, we haven't heard anything like that since Akan and Ranma's old arguments. Seems we're becoming like them, eh? Said Hiroshi. Both laughed loudly at the joke. Then they froze. Man, I hope not, said Ryouga. Me too, man. Me too. D&D Broadwood equals the pursuit of happiness, active life, liberty, and the pursuit of that guy you always wanted to kill. Equals and there is even a happiness that makes the heart afraid. THOMAS should. Ode to melancholy equals part-I recovery equals this is a story about kids in Nirima. Actually, it's about two of them in particular. They live together, go to school together, argue sometimes, and a few people have their suspicions as to the actual nature of this relationship. For years it was Ranma and Akan's story, with the whole of Nirime seemingly revolving around their lives. Little did they suspect that it was because of the very nature of Nirima that they were the center of all the strangeness. But nothing lasts forever, and the center of Nirima's odd sort of lifestyle found two other people to pick on. Ryouga and Fukayu. This is their story. Left square bracket morning. It was the third week of their hospital stay since the disastrous fight involving the Kunos, the Mahashins, Gosunkuji, Sabasa and a ridiculously large mech, Tapo's eyes, bombs, a gas main, a fuel truck, and a power line. Needless to say, each week was fairly unpleasant. The first week was incredibly unbearable, with everyone packed into the same room. Riots and bickering were common every day. The second week brought some relief, as most of the others were released. The remaining few were Ranma, Ryouga, Kuno, and Rio. And how well did those four get along? Well, Kuno peered from out the windows, a grin creeping into his face. Ah, rejoice, angels in heaven. rejoice, and sing of love's sweet melody. My goddess cometh. Ranma, growled Ryouga, try to keep your big mouth shut this time. Hey, we just kid around with each other, said Ranma with a shrug. She knows it ain't serious. So you had best keep thy tongue pure and thy speech kind towards the fair Akantendo on this day, else I shall show thee the full vengeance of the house of Kuno. Shut up, Kuno. Both Ranma and Ryouga yelled. A few minutes later Akan and Yukayu came in with baskets. Ranma, Ryouga, hi. Akan waved to Ryouga and sat next to Ranma. Akantendo. Come to me, my love. Kuno tried to spring out of his bed, but the casts and restraints held him back. With that option taken away, he ranted. Ranchin, lost boys, hope you guys are feeling better. Yukayu sat in a chair next to Ryouga, although by the look of it, she wasn't too enthusiastic about being there. Don't call me that, muttered Ryouga. Geez, just kidding, you big baby, muttered Yukayu. Kuno continued to rant on various things, of the weather and the goddesses, and the devil Sodom, but by now they were used to it. It was much like elevator music or background noise. Guess what we brought? Akan smiled and held up her basket. Ranma turned pale. Less than oh no. Not greater than, I made lunch. She cheerfully, you trying to make me stay here longer? Yelled Ranma. Baby, don't you start again, said Akan mildly. Yes. Smite him, my love, cheered Kuno. The two of them began a moderate conversation of barbs and bickering which to ordinary people would seem to be a bad thing. However, nobody pulled out a mallet and nobody yelled. Us, by their standards, this was a rather tame squabble. Meanwhile Kuno ranted more on the vulgar habits of the one named Sodom. Yukayu sighed. Those guys are at it again. You'd think they'd have stopped by now, muttered Ryouga. Oh, by the way, said Yukayu as she handed Ryouga a bento box, I brought these for you. Just thought you might be sick of hospital food, that single quote that's all. No big deal. Thanks. As Ryouga took the lunch, his hands went slightly over hers, and they both suddenly jerked their hands away. Well, see you later, Ryouga. Yeah, later, Yukayu. Ryoma stayed silent during this whole exchange. He'd been doing a lot of that lately, and nobody complained. Outside the hospital, Yukayu waved goodbye to Akan and walked off to her restaurant, a frown on her face. It was kind of lonely at the restaurant. She'd gotten used to Ryouga helping her out every day there, and being alone just wasn't as comfortable as it used to be. For a moment, a short, small moment, she wondered about him. And her doubt, however, that idea was tossed out quickly. From all the times she tried to get him together with Akan, she knew two things. 1. He wishy-washy, and 2. He was distracted with the greatest of ease. Besides, she thought, she'd had enough of the dating game, wasting so much of her life on it, and on a boy who didn't love her. Less than Ryouga single quote as a friend comma and that's all I need. Greater than a few minutes later, Ryouga was staring down at Yukai's lunch. It was some of her deluxe okonomiyaki. He sighed. Less than nice of her to do that. Greater than he single quote he never had a closer friend than Yukai. She knew a lot about him and helped him out when times were bad. And for a moment, just a moment, had thought that they might be something more. Maybe. He put that thought aside, and effectively shut off the very small nagging voice that suggested it. He didn't need a relationship, not now. He was still feeling somewhat hurt from when Akan finally let the world know she loved Ranma. Was he still in love with Akan? There was a part of him that would always love her, but there was no longer the intense infatuation that he once had. However, the whole experience made him a little more wary of setting his hopes on anyone. Yukai was his friend, probably his best friend, and for the moment, he was entirely content with that. She made great okonomiyaki too. Slowly, smoothly, Ranma hobbled out of bed and sat next to Ryouga. Ryouga narrowed his eyes. Ranma was acting far too friendly already. What do I owe you want, Ranma? Ranma suddenly looked very serious. Ryouga, we've known each other for a long time. Huh? I feel like I've known you forever. The feeling's mutual, grumbled Ryouga, and I just wanted to say, I love you, man. Ryouga edged a little away from Ranma, staring at his rival with bulging eyes. Then realization hit him. Ranma, you're not getting my okonomiyaki. Ranma blinked, sighed, and went away from Ryouga. Kuno. We've known each other for a while now. Away from my sustenance, you fiend. No doubt you have poisoned this fair and noble feast from Akan with vile potions. The Lord of the Shadlu * sat in his command chair, disappointed. He'd given Ryomuhashin the power, in hopes that he'd cause some destruction and chaos in Japan. That didn't happen. Instead, he seemed to have gotten himself killed. He was full, as a puppet. When he gave Ryo the power, he also made Ryo a puppet, to be controlled at any time. With that little ability, he used the boy to kill one of his rivals, and then implanted the memory of an assassination job so as not arouse suspicion. He even sent Ryo a modest check. Recently, he sensed his link to Ryo disconnected. That could only mean one thing. Ryo was dead. After all, he didn't know about the link and definitely wouldn't know how to disconnect it. Once someone becomes fused with the power, it never leaves them. Even magic wouldn't be enough. He sighed, feeling disappointment, and resumed with his schedule. Sugat, he said over a telephone, you're scheduled to take on Zangief tomorrow. Don't forget. Vertical line, but when do I get to fight Ryu! Vertical line, tack patience. Double quote hyphen. There was much confusion about his name. Some thought it was Bison, others thought it was Vega. More people insisted that Vega was the assassin from Spain that he hired, and others insisted that Balrog was the name of the Spaniard. It was a bit confusing, and also hazardous. The last guy to ask the boss about the name thing was blasted into ashes. From that point on, the staff just used various synonyms of the word boss. Gosankuji wandered the Nirima streets, on his way to school, and the same old routine once more. He'd been having some serious thoughts about his life direction since the big explosion that landed everyone in the hospital. He still wasn't fully recovered, as he was using a crutch to get around, and his left foot was still in a cast. Ever since the disaster, he'd been thinking that maybe this whole love thing was crazy. Maybe he'd just wait a couple of years first and preferably move to another city where martial artists weren't so numerous. Less than that single quote as right greater than, he thought. Less than no more girls for me. Greater than less than not for a little while. Anyways. Greater than. So there he was, on a somewhat cold late January day, on crutches, unbemotherfees law. Someone should be along soon to bump him off his feet and shut him in front of an oncoming bus. Someone bumped into him from behind. He wobbled, and stumbled towards the street. A bus zoomed and skidded to a halt. Fortunately, the bus was a bit early, so Gosankuji had only banged his forehead against the side. If he knew how close to dying he really was, he would have been in a better mood knowing he survived it. Instead, he wobbled away from the bus and flopped to the ground like a fish out of water. Ow! His vision was blurred. The world was a bunch of grayish blobs. Oh my! Are you alright? Less than greater than, thought Gosankuji. Less than. That voice was definitely feminine. Greater than. Oh, you've got a nasty bump on the head. Come on, let's get you to a doctor. His soft hands gently helped him to his feet. What? SHH. Come on, let's go. By the way, where is the doctor? I'm kinda new in town. Let's see, Gosankuji thought. Dr. Tofu ought to be, west of here. Woo, he said, and nudged his head to the west. That way. Right. Gosankuji finally managed to get his vision cleared, and when it did come, he was quite surprised. Less than she single quote s. Cute. Greater than. Nearby, a chime rang, marking the end of the hour. Normally, this would be a romantic moment. Normally. Oh no. He heard her say, I'm going to be late. She took off running, yelling as she left, sorry about that. I've really got to go. Nice to meet you was what he'd thought, and tried to say, but it came out as Ryouga. Right before he collapsed on the ground again. It was a place on no map, but that didn't make it non-existent. It had grass, plenty of it, although it never seemed to need mowing. And all along the vast grassy plain, there were large, tall, very shady trees. Under one of these trees sat several people. They were enjoying the breeze, either by climbing the tree, sitting down on blankets, or just floating. These were the show-offs. Though they were of many ages and many styles of dress, In general it seemed to be a communal sort of thing. One of them, dressed in a simple t-shirt and slacks, was kneeling down next to a little girl. She was possibly 4, maybe 5 years old, with locks of dark brown hair tied up into ponytails. The center of her hair was marked with a small streak of white. At the moment, she had a small glowing ball of pink light between her hands. "Hey, look," said one of them. "Sketchan's learning fast, eh?" "Good going, Sketchan," said one of them, patting her on the head. She grinned with pride. Meanwhile, elsewhere by the trees, "How's that Gosankuzi doing?" one of them asked. "Who?" "The one over here." He turned the palm upwards, and a small image made of several glowing blue strands appeared in his palm. In one strand, a small arrow was blinking, with the words G287 at one end of the arrow, and a small red dot at the other. "The one we gave a book to. He's doing fine. A little slow, but then we all started off a bit slow." "True, true." They sighed. One of them looked at the little girl, who was now producing a shower of bubbles from nowhere, which was itself causing general panic. "What a little troublemaker," one of them said, grinning, "a lot like her sister." "Speaking of troublemakers, anybody ever find out where our rogue is? No, lost track of him. I just hope he doesn't interfere with G-287 single quote S world. It's been a while since we've had a new inductee, and G-287 is getting close." In the distance, a figure was trapped in a pinkish balloon. 2 boys stood behind the little girl, who was now giggling, and chided. "Sk-chan, how many times have we told you not to do that?" As a penalty for being late to school, Hikarugo Sankuji had to undergo the standard water bucket torture. To any normal student, it wasn't so bad. To the local martial artists, it was a joke. To Hikarugo Sankuji, at peak physical performance, it was torture. To Hikarugo Sankuji, fresh out of the hospital, with a crutch, it was hell. Considering who he was and what shape he was in, they reduced the penalty to 1 bucket, half filled. He was still struggling. He was a pitiful sight, standing in the hall, leaning on his crutch, while the crutchless side desperately clutched the bucket. He sighed, settling into the position, and was dreadfully afraid that it was going toward one of those days. Excuse me?" asked a somewhat timid voice. Gosankuji blinked. He'd heard that voice before. That cute voice, and if he recalled correctly, the face belonging to that voice. He raised his head and looked across the hall and a few doors down. And there she was. The girl. She seemed somehow ordinary in her appearance. A school uniform, long black hair, with a certain girl next door appeal, and 2 buckets. Hi, he said nervously, trying to look like the 1 bucket and wasn't the incredible strain on his muscles that it really was. Sorry about this morning," she said, looking down. "It's okay, really," he replied. Again, sorry. They turned away from each other, both feeling equally embarrassed at the situation. Go-Sankuji sighed, wishing he'd had enough courage to talk to this girl. She definitely was cute. Just another girl to be swept off her feet by a passing martial artist, he supposed. Suddenly, a fire was lit within him. _no_ he thought. I will not be the person I was before. I will be a better man! He summoned from his memory as much advice as he could from those volumes of 12-step self-help books, took a deep breath, and didn't say a thing. After 5 more minutes of intense, self-esteem building thoughts, Tess said, HM? She said in reply. I was wondering. What to ask, are you, new around here? He managed to muster. Just moved here, she said quietly. Oh? From where? San Francisco, in America. Oh. Go-Sankuji, by nature, would have been twiddling his thumbs after his point, but the bulk had got in the way. Hi. I'm Ikaru Go-Sankuji. Nanami Hinako. Nice to meet you, he replied nervously. Internally, voices that were installed by all those 12-step self-help books were giving him mighty pats on the back. Less than C ? Greater than he told himself. Less than that wasn't so hard. Now waste ? Greater than. So, you're new around here? He asked. Yes. The negative voices in Go-Sankuji's mind sprang out, nagging him and reminding him he's stupid. She already said that. Now she'll think you're an idiot. Then, he remembered something important that he felt he'd better check. You're not a martial artist, are you? He asked. She blinked and looked at him oddly. No, I'm not. Oh. That made him feel entirely better. She was new, with no friends, and wasn't a martial artist. This could be promising. Well, if you need someone to show you around, I'd be glad to help out. Thank you, said she, smiling slightly. I'd like that. Go-Sankuji would have said more at this point, but the positive voices in his head were throwing a party, and that involved cutting off unnecessary things like speech and movement. Before his control system was shut down for the hour, it did manage to install a small, somewhat goofy-looking grin on his face. Ryouga observed. The days passed into nights and the nights into days, and he merely rested in his bed and observed. There was not much else to do, really. The demise of the unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts was quite a hindrance for him. He'd had the school's backing in his hunt for Ryouga, but the school was no more. What would he gain now by killing Hibiki? There was personal satisfaction, which was indeed very important, but there was no tangible reward, not anymore. No promotion, nor recognition. And now that it was no longer a matter of honor for a school of martial arts, the law which usually turned the other way when it came to matters of honor and martial artists, might not look the other way. No doubt he admitted to himself, the grudge against Hibiki didn't have much honor to it, just a matter of pride, but he still hated the fool regardless. Thus, with that particular goal in his life somewhat sidetracked, he merely observed. Ryouga and his sometime comrade Ranma bickered off and on. Tatewaki Kuno spotted his poetic phrases, and Ryo observed, quietly. Sometimes, they had visitors. Ryo despised the times that Ranma Scientific and other, Akantendo, visited. No rest could be gotten on those days, since the obnoxious duo bickered nearly every minute they were go-getter. Ryoko, on the other hand, was infuriating and sickening him with fury. She fawned over that idiot Hibiki. He'd sooner see her dating fat transvestite Tsubasa rather than see her fawn over him. Then there was Yukayu, who also came to visit Ryouga. Oh, they claimed they were just friends, but Ryo could see something odd between them. There was that strange sort of uncomfortableness that one finds when there's two people with mixed emotions. If he could somehow push those two together, it'd put an end to Ryoko's foolish dreams. Ow! Ye gods! His brief moment of straight thought was snapped as Tatewaki cringed with a needle sticking out of his arm. Zounds, woman! Thou hast punctured with thy needle to my very bone. I shall make a complaint on thy great incompetence. For a reason he couldn't explain at the moment, that phrase made smell wheels in Ryo's mind spin. Needle. Bone. HM. He filed that thought away for another day's contemplation, unfolded the day's newspaper, and observed. The school bell rang, signaling the end of another day at the races for the people at Furinkan High. With the absence of their top martial artists, the school had settled into an odd sort of calm. Actually, it was unnerving. The classes started, on time, without interruption. Property damage was reduced to graffiti on walls. The principal was just bored out of his mind and considering another vacation to Hawaii. The most unfortunate victims of these circumstances were the students of Miss Hinako. She just couldn't stand being stuck in child form for so long, with her favorite delinquents absent, and somebody had to be drained in order for her to absorb energy. The end result was that if a student so much as twitched in her classes, Miss Hinako was quick and eager to deal out the punishment. Those were the most unfortunate, but as odd as it may seem, students were beginning to feel stressed, for a lack of a better term, at the sudden relative calm that had settled over the school. The principal, watching from his office as the students left, did what had to do. He called his therapist. Meanwhile, Yukayu packed away items in her locker and got ready to head back to the restaurant for business as usual. She didn't realize how much Kuno, Ranma, and Ryouga were an integral part of day-to-day life in Furinkan, and hoped they'd be back soon. Well, maybe not Kuno. As she walked out of the gates, she noticed Gosunkuji walking along, at a modest distance, along with a girl. Yukayu smiled. That boy realized he'd need a girlfriend. she thought, and wondered if he'd have any luck with her. Might as well see if she could help things, she thought. "Hey, Ghost!" she yelled, waving. "Yukayu! Hi!" he yelled back. A part of his mind, guided on by the self-help books, gave him the idea that it'd be nice to introduce the girl to a few of his friends so that she wouldn't feel so lonely in town. Yukayu, this is Manami. She's a new student here. "Nice to meet you," she said shyly. "I'm Yukayu Kanji. Nice to meet you too." Manami blinked at hearing Yukayu's name, and frowned for a brief second, as if remembering something. "Hey, you two come on down to Hookins and I'll treat ya. Okay? Offered Yukayu. "Hookins?" asked Manami. "Hookins Okonomiyaki. I run the place," said Yukayu, smiling with pride. "I'd be happy if you visited." "We'll visit sometime then," said Manami, smiling a bit. Meanwhile, Gosankuji's mind was doing somersaults of joy, primarily because Manami used the term "we," which he assumed meant her and him. "Yes, we will sometime," he quickly agreed. "Great. See you two later." Several hours later, the Okonomiyaki chef was back at the hospital once more and checking in on how her friends were doing. Yukayu sighed. She couldn't help it. She wasn't quite sure why she was feeling a tad melancholy, but she told herself it wasn't because there was that Muhashin girl fawning over Ryouga. Nor was it because Ryouga seemed at a loss for words and fumbled every time he tried to explain to the girl that she really didn't have to give him so much attention. And it was most certainly not bothering her, Yukayu told herself. That Fi's girl had declared herself Ryuga's girlfriend. After all, it didn't matter to her what that idiot did with his love life, right? She looked around, sitting by Ranma as he and Akan chatted for a bit. Kamo looked at her watch, then sighed again. "Hey, Ranshin, Ryuga, see you guys later." "Okay. I gotta go." Ranma motioned for Yukayu to come closer. Then he whispered in her ear, "Could you take some time to try and improve her cooking some more? It's still kinda toxic." A nanosecond later, he got a pillow whacked to the head from his significant other. "Hey, it isn't that bad anymore." Yukayu laughed a little, then waved. "See you guys later." Ryuga tried to say something but only managed to stutter a bit and pronounce a few consonants and vowels. It seemed he was embarrassed. Yukayu made it a point to ignore him, so she didn't notice anyways. Ryuko paused from fluffing up Ryuga's pillow. "Oh, you're going? Mind if I walk with you?" she asked. Yukayu blinked. This wasn't what she was expecting, not really. It wasn't that she didn't like the girl, she just didn't know Ryuko that well at all. Aside from that first day she came into Hookins asking about Ryuga. Not wanting to be rude, she replied, "Fine by me." They waved goodbye to everyone, and Ryuko took the time to nudge Ryo-san. He replied with a grunt and a wave of the newspaper he was reading. And after that, they left, In uncomfortable silence walking down the sidewalk outside of the hospital, Ryouga tapped Yukai's shoulder. Say, how about lunch? My treat. No, that's alright. Ryouga held up a small bit of plastic and smiled. Yukai couldn't help but smile an amused smile. You still have _that_. I think he forgot about it, said Ryouga. Come on, I insist. That calf effort there looks nice. Let's go. A moment later, they stepped inside a modestly lit, European-style cafe. The walls were made of light gray rocks, cemented together, and wooden support beams framed the place. It could have easily been the inside of an English tavern. The walls were lined with large glass windows, with the exception of two spots which were occupied by large fans of some sort. Wooden tables were spread across the main floor, with a jazz band of some sort playing near the fans, and a bar to the far left. Behind the bar, a blonde lady in her late 20s was polishing glasses. Her hair was cut short, extremely short, and she was clad in a somewhat feminine purple tuxedo of sorts. She was, at the moment, talking to a gentleman of odd appearances. He was dressed in a yellow jacket, tee-shirt, blue parachute pants, and sported a tall orange mohawk with what appeared to be a small duck perched in it. Yukai and Ryouga took seats at the bar and waited for service, but couldn't help but overhear the conversation. So, you won't be in it? Asked the mohawk one. I've quit that circuit already, duck. I am _out_. Well, most of the heavy hitters are sitting this one out too. I guess it's a vacation year for us, eh? Replied Duck. Looks like it's on offer year for the kiddies. Oh yeah, Yuri might send their regards. How are those guys doing anyways? Been a while since I've seen him. Yuri. She's still bickering with her old man and chasing after Oberto, like usual, man. On my globe hopping with her fiancé was his name. Andy? Yeah, that's it. Anyways, I'll see you later, alright King? Sure, Duck. Hey, come by the club sometime, okay? I'll get to it. Yeah, you always say that. With a final swig of his glass, Duck waved and departed. And King finally saw she had two customers. Oh, sorry about that, she said. What can I get ya? I'll have some tea, said Yukai. What kind? Asked King. Here's the drink list. It was a long list. On second thought, just give me an espresso. Long Island special for me, said Ryouga. I don't think so, said the bartender. You look a bit young. Fine. Give me a Megavolt Cola. Some cheese sticks. They're single quotas caviar. We'll take some caviar. Let's see. What the heck? He owes me. Give me the two most expensive things on the menu. Coming right up. King scribbled something on a notepad, then walked over to a small window which seemed to be a portal to the kitchen. Order up, she yelled, and the paper was soon swiped away by a fast hand. So, said Yukai, did you want to talk about something? Well, replied Ryouga, twiddling her fingers a bit, I just want to get to know Ryuga's friends a little better. You and his friend Kama, right? A friend? A friend? Yeah, that's me, she said, shrugging. Known him long? Asked Ryouga. Oh, about a year or so, she said, thinking back. We met under kinda odd circumstances. Really? Yeah. He was trying to kill my fiancée, so I tried to kill him. Ryoko stared at her. Must have been a nice start. Yeah, it was, said Yukayu, smiling. In the middle of our fight, me now ex-fiancé opened my shirt and made Ryuga look. What? You are kidding. And from there, what was told next was, from Yukai's point of view, more than a year's worth of madness. Of course, it was edited tastefully so that nobody came out looking like too much of a jerk, except maybe Shampoo. After a few more appetizers and 2 refills, she wrapped it up. And now Ryuga's working for me, said Yukayu. Geez, that's weird. You're not falling for his girl, said Ryoko between bites of her seafood salad and gourmet hamburger. She was displaying a talent for eating which rivaled the infamous sodomy appetite. I'm over it, shrugged Yukayu. As she was about to say more, the clock chimed, signaling the hour. Oops, gotta run. Don't wanna miss the dinner crowd at the restaurant. Yukayu reached in her pockets to pay for the espresso when Ryoko interrupted. No, don't pay. It's on my brother's card, remember? Oh yeah. Thanks. See you later, said Ryoko. Later, replied Yukayu, who rushed out the door soon after. Ryoko sipped her drink and thought for a while. Strange lives they lead around here, in this neighborhood, especially if what Yukayu said was true. She was very much glad that she didn't have to attend Furinkin High. Here's the bill, said King, presenting her with a piece of paper. Take credit? Sure. Here you go. She handed King her brother's ill-gotten credit card casually, then started nibbling on the last of her cheese sticks as King ran the card through the register. Sorry, miss, but it's expired, said King, handing the card to Ryoko. Ryoko tailed. Less than oh no doubt greater than asterisk the next day. Oil. Ingredients. Mix. Fry. Listen to the sizzle. Let it cook. Further. More. And. Flip. Hi, Yukayu. The okonomiyaki cook was shaken from her zen-like pattern of cooking as two people made their way into her store, recognized immediately as Ikarugo Senkuji and his new friend, Manami. Hey, guys, come on in. Yukayu quickly grilled up two okonomiyaki, tossed them on plates, and slid them down the table. Have some on Theos. Oh, we don't want to impose, said the girl quietly. No, I insist. Come on, eat up. Yukayu went on to tend to the other customers, leaving Manami and Gosenkuji with no chance to protest. Unfortunately, in that short span of time, they had little to say to each other, and their conversation was fumbling at best. Soon, Gosenkuji had to leave, having to go with aspirants to some prior engagement of some sort. This, unfortunately, left Manami alone, and Yukio was quick to notice the shy girl and her appearance of anxiety. "Hey, what happened to Gosankuji?" asked Yukio as she finally made her way back to Manami after taking care of the last of the after-school rush-off customers. "He had to go," she said, sounding somewhat worried. "Nice guy, don't you think?" she asked Manami. "Yes, he is," she said absently. Said Yukio, noticing the girl's worried manner. "Is something on your mind?" "Actually, I'm kinda new to Tokyo, and had no idea how to get home from here. So how did you?" "Gosankuji walked me here," Yukio sighed. This wasn't a good way for Gosankuji to make a good first impression. She'd have to talk with him about that. "What part of town do you live in?" she asked. By Tanuki and 42nd. "Tell you what," said Yukio, tapping a spatula on the grill as he thought, "I'm headed that way myself, visiting a friend at the hospital. If you don't mind the brief stop there, I can walk you home." "I don't want to trouble you," said Manami shyly. "Hey, no problem at all. Double quote asterisk 5 down. 2 words. 12 letters. American comedy team from early Hollywood era. HMM. Rio tapped the newspaper in thought, then glanced sidewards at his roommates. "Give my lunch back, Ranma. Come on, Ryouga. Tag a little mercy, will ya? One more lunch from a can and I'm gonna die." "Hold my tongue, fiend. Talk not of the Ferrocantendo in such an ill manner. Threstogs. HMM. Fits perfectly." Rio grunted in satisfaction as he penciled in the letters. Meanwhile Ranma, Ryouga, and Kumo continued their squabbles. "Hi guys." The 4 boys paused to inspect their visitor. Ranma and Kumo looked slightly disappointed. Rio resumed his crossword puzzles, and Ryouga smiled nervously. "Hello, sis," said Rio, casually. "Hi there," said Ryouga. "So, how are you today, Ryouga?" asked Ryoko, ignoring her sibling. Well, we're getting released in a couple of days." "About time," she replied. "Oh yeah, there's something that all Yaoguis might be interested in." She dug into her purse, pulled out a flyer, and handed it to Ryouga. "King of Nirima Martial Arts Tournament," read Ryouga. "All schools and styles welcome. HM. In 6 weeks." Then he finally got to the bite about the prizes and whistled. Ranma, never one to miss out on a martial artist thing, hobbled over and had a look at the paper. Then he got to the bit about the prizes and whistled too. "You guys interested?" asked Ryoko. "Maybe," said Ryouga. "Hey, I'm in," said Ranma. "Nobody round here can beat me." "Is that so?" said an irritated Ryouga. "Methinks I heard the sound of a challenge," pondered Kuno. "Very well. I shall enter this tournament as well and smite thee once and for all." "Hey, bro, you in?" asked Ryoko. Ryo grunted vaguely and resumed his crossword puzzle. Mentally, he was tallying up his current record of wins and losses, which he estimated was 87 wins, 20 losses, and 1 draw match. The losses and the draw match being all related to Hibiki. Surely, he was due for a win by _now_, or so he thought. Yes, the tournament sounded like a good thing. "Hi guys," said Akantendo as she made her sudden entrance, basketball in hand. Ranma shivered at the sight of that. His only hope lost as she cooked curry. His hopes were raised quickly when he heard the familiar call of "Hey Ranshin. Fukin. Hey. Great to see ya. Where's the okonomiyaki?" said Ranma happily, right before he got a pillow whop to the head from Akan. "Sorry, Ranshin, just swinging by on my way to work," said Yukayu. She pointedly ignored Ryouga, who was at the moment having his pillow fluff at Ryoko. "Just came by to see how you guys are doing. Oh, by the way, this is," she said, wanting to empty space. "Hey, where'd she go? Where'd you go?" asked Akan, friend of Gosankuji's. "She was right behind me," muttered Yukayu. Then she stepped out briefly, and returned with a girl in school uniform, and the girl next door sort of looked at her. "Come on," said Yukayu, "don't be shy. These guys are friends of mine. Well, almost all of them anyways. Guys, this is Manami Hinako, just moved into town." Manami waved timidly, then gasped. "Something wrong, Manami?" asked Yukayu. Who's that?" she asked, pointing to the rather embarrassed figure that was feebly protesting being fussed over by Ryoko while she offered to give him a foot massage. That's Ryuga and his girlfriend, of sorts," said Yukayu. "Gee, girlfriend?" said Manami weakly. Ryoko, getting the feeling that her name was just mentioned, looked around. "Oh, Kaya Yukayu. Who's your friend?" "Manami Hinako. Nice to meet you." At this point, Ryuga looked at her and blinked again. Something was bothering him, but he wasn't sure what. "Hello," said he. Hi," said she, lowering her gaze to her feet. She looked around nervously, trying to avoid the sight of Ryuga being pampered by Ryoko, and ended up looking at what appeared to be Bosankuji. "Excuse me," she said quietly. "Excuse me." Ryo blinked, put down his newspaper, and looked around to find himself being addressed by the timid newcomer. "Yes, madam?" he asked. "Are you related to Hikaru?" she queried. Ryo blinked. "Hikaru? Gosankuji." Ryo's face slumped into a frown. "No, madam," he grumpily resumed, finishing his crossword puzzle. "Sorry I didn't bring any food, guys," said Yukayu with a smile. "Cherry cans. I'm sure she's an okay cook now." Akan smiled at the compliment while Ranma and Ryuga paled. They hoped her cooking improved, or that it was curry. "Anyways, I'll bring some stuff when I visit tomorrow, okay?" See you later, guys. Oh, wait up for me. I'll walk with you, said Ryouga. See you later, Pukan, said Ranma. I can wave. Ryouga waved to Kama, but in a rather embarrassed sort of way. First of all, he was embarrassed to have been pampered by Ryouga in front of Yukayu, and secondly, there was something familiar about that Manami girl. He shrugged off the nagging feeling and sighed as the three girls left. Ryouga and tapping the pencil on the paper. One word. Number 2 across. 6-letter word. Destined to an ill fate. He looked around briefly, then lazily inspected Ryouga. G-O-M-E-D. Ah, fits perfectly. No. Wait. D-A-M-N-E-D. H-M. Ryo shrugged. Either way, he liked it. So, you're a friend of Gosankuji's, eh? Asked Ryouga. Manami smiled slightly and nodded. Don't you think he's kind of creepy? Wondered Ryouga. Hey, he's not that bad, said Yukayu. Isn't that right, Manami? He seems to be nice, she said quietly. Creepy, said Ryouga. He looks just like my brother. Manami giggled. He does, doesn't he? Strange, isn't it? Mused Yukayu. Say, why'd you have to leave Jerry? I kinda got a new job and I was visiting on my break. Job? Wondered Yukayu. Yeah. They needed a waitress at King's Cafe, so... She explained, slightly nervous. Oh. Say, why haven't I seen you at school? Wondered Yukayu. I'm already graduated, said Ryouga, shrugging. Before they could inquire further, she explained, I'm a genius. Said Yukayu, and next you'll tell me that everyone in Earthmole Island, she said flatly. We're going to have Kyoko enrolled in Furinken High next month, by the way. She hasn't graduated yet. You're kidding. Nope. I'll show you my equivalency exam results sometime. If you're all geniuses, why hasn't Ryo beaten Ryouga yet? Ryouga smirked. Intelligence doesn't necessarily mean wisdom. Definitely not in his case. Must be nice, said Manami, being out of school early. Ryouga shrugged again. I guess I should go to college, but I have no idea what I want to do. Oh, said she. Nobody seemed to notice the taint of melancholy that seemed to creep across her face and voice as she looked briefly at Ryouga. She said quietly, are you really Ryuga's? Hey, there's the workplace, said Ryouga, not noticing Manami's visioning question. See you guys later. Swing by sometime. Okay. She ran off into the building quickly, while Manami stood there saying wait, something you wanted to ask her? Wondered Yukayu. It can wait, I guess. She sighed and looked down. Is something bothering you? Wondered Yukayu. No. Is it far from my house? Well, if the address is right, it's a little down this way and... The next day. Island. Is something wrong, Manami? Asked Gosankuji reluctantly. He really didn't want to bridge unpleasant subjects, but Manami's heavy melancholy state was too much to ignore. Manami sighed. Gosankuji let the subject drop. Unfortunately for him, she didn't. She began, I found the man I fell in love with yesterday. Gosankuji blinked, not sure where this was heading. Is that right? But he loves someone else, said she. What? Stammered Gosankuji, feeling his heart sink. She was already in love with someone, and that was bad enough. Maybe you should forget him. Manami shook her head sadly. He's the first boy I ever. Few words fell in love with should have followed, but she was busy wiping her tears away. Unfortunately, Gosankuji misinterpreted that phrase entirely. What's his name? Hibiki, sighed Manami. Ryouga Hibiki. Gosankuji's mind reeled in agony. This wasn't fair. Wasn't this sort of thing exactly what he'd been trying to avoid? Again with the martial artists taking all the nice women. How dare he use Manami and toss her aside? _HIDIKI, youthful exclamation point somewhere in Mirima, a rather normal, although if one would ask the Furinkan crowd, they'd say whoa, cute-looking girl and an abnormally large pig were strolling down the sidewalk, ignoring the occasional stares cast their way. Try not to wreck any more places, please, asked the girl. Mother and father said that I'd have to pay for the next time you make a mess, so please behave. The pig blinked, then grunted in reply, seeming to concede to his owner's command, and then a strong breeze hit. Hey, what the heck are these? Wondered Ryouga, holding up a small come-around chocolate candy of sorts while leaning against the bar. Truffles, replied King, polishing a few glasses. Just some really expensive candy, really. What makes these things so special? Wondered Ryouga as she placed a rack of them in the glass display case. Well, they're somewhat rare. They use pigs to find them and dig them out of the ground. That seems to be it. And truffles are... King blinked. What's the contents? Oh, fungus. You... Nord the gigantic sumo pig waved its snout in the air, sensing something. Baker I didn't know what it could possibly be, but knew when her pig was about to go nuts. Katsunishiki. Don't. Hakurai took hold of the giant pig's leash just as the creature bolted at *sonic speeds. *sonic is, technically, slower than sound. Therefore, technically, a dead snail could be moving at subsonic speeds. There would be better ways to describe exactly how fast the mighty sumo pig was running on that day, but none would sound quite as neat as subsonic. Hey boss, all done with the UIH. Crash wham Ms. King emerged from the back room, champagne bottle in hand. What was that noise? Oh no. The sight that greeted her was something she could honestly say was too ridiculous to be expected. A young girl in a dress and straw was holding on to leash and looking somewhat apologetic. Attached to the leash was a pig of proportions which she felt could only have been created by genetic experiments and radiation. The pig seemed to have smashed through the front door and plowed right into the display case full of truffles. Fortunately, the pig wasn't mothing anymore, probably because of the iron croquet mallet buried into its skull by a very wide-eyed and shaking Ryouga. "This isn't my fault, I swear," said the malletress. "Miss?" she asked the girl that was sheepishly holding the leash. "Yassoon, that's your pig. I'm sorry. I don't know what got into him." King sighed. She hated to be the villain in situations like this, but it had to be said. "Someone's going to have to pay for this," Hakurai paled. "Less than no doubt greater than dear mother and father. I am now in Mirima, still looking for a good husband just like grandfather wants me to. There are plenty of strong people here, so going to Mirima was the right idea. But unfortunately, a lot of the strongest ones are in the hospital right now. I think it's because of that big accident with the power lines, the gas main, and the electricity lines that Katsunishiki got into. I had registered for admission into Furankin High School, just as grandfather suggested. On my visit there, it did seem there was a lot of martial artists around, but they couldn't beat Katsunishiki. But, as I said before, I still haven't met the best of them. I found that tree that grandfather carved his initials into while he was attending Furankin. Unfortunately, the tree is now a stump. I heard that one of the Furankin students in the hospital was responsible for that. Katsunishiki is behaving well. You have nothing to worry about. By the way, I've also found a job as a waitress at some place called King's Cafe. It's a nice job, and the owner is a nice person. Hope to return home with a husband soon. Wish me luck. Miss you. Hakurai and Ryu **** a few hours later. Dishes. She was beginning to lay him. Ryouga sighed as she scrubbed what felt like an endless line of dishes. She was on waitress duty a while ago, until some lout started hitting on her. She waited, patiently, until the customer stepped outside, then promptly beat the living daylights out of him. King was not thrilled. So to make sure that she didn't maul any more customers for the day, she had dishwashing duty. It wasn't fair. Her mood was slightly lightened as the sound of a saxophone coming from the main room drifted in with a slow, jazzy tune. The boss had told her she'd be hiring more people for the band, but was surprised that it was so young. Curious as to who was out there, she quickly dried her hands and peeked outside. At the far end of the room, in the small stage built for musicians, a lone saxophone player sat, his somewhat long hair covering his eyes, playing with a certain "I don't care about anything else" attitude that was definitely familiar. "Oh, number, hey, you know that guy?" asked King as she quietly approached Ryouga. "Yeah, my brother. You hired him?" "Actually," said King, holding up a credit card, "he made the same mistake as you." "Ouch. Does bad credit run in your family?" wondered King Dot Asterisk a few days later. Hey guys, I'm back. Ranma strode triumphantly into the Tendo house, expecting everyone waiting and ready with a warm welcome. Instead, they found Nebiki. Oh, hi. Welcome back, she said, looking up from her copy of Financial Week. Ranma blinked. Hey, where's everybody? Well, said Nebiki, Daddy and Uncle are out on a training trip, I think they said. Kasumi is currently out shopping. And I'm right here. Double quotes. She smiled brightly, then resumed, ignoring him. Something didn't seem right here. That sixth sense that detected Dogger was nagging at him. And where's Sokan? That question was soon answered by a loud clanging noise from the kitchen and a loud "Hyah." She's not, wondered Ranma. It isn't going to be Gray, said Nebiki. That much I know. But why? I just got out of the hospital. Love's funny that way, isn't it? Nebiki smirked. Oh man, this ain't good. Our anime. I heard that. Ranma tailed. Oh no. Right curly bracket asterisk. The rent was cheap. The room wasn't exactly spacious, but it could fit the four of them well enough. The location wasn't bad, near the train stations and minutes away from his target. Isn't it cool? Chirped Kyoko. Ryo and not bad. It will do, for now. Outside, the sounds of a party of sorts were raging. Ryo winced at that. Too bad about the neighbors. They seem nice to me, observed the youngest Muhashin. How nice. Has the rent been paid? I think Sis paid for 2 months. Speaking of sisters, where is she anyways? New job. About time she contributed to the income. And Meg's new job. Amazing. He snickered briefly, knowing exactly why they'd gotten jobs. He'd cut off those cards just in time, too. It was hard to arrange for those cards to begin with, but if you spend idiotic amounts like those two fools did, the odds of keeping the scam running would be ruined. He'd have to talk to his contacts and bargain for some more cards soon. Ryo settled into a futon and sighed. The building didn't thrill him at all, but it was cheap in rent. Yes, for now, this will do, although I'm slightly embarrassed about it all. Double quote asterisk. This was embarrassing. Ryouga sighed, folding up the map in his hands. Even with the map on the compass, he'd still managed to get himself lost. It was a relief to get out of the hospital at last. However, all this walking he was doing would certainly dismay all the doctors. Where on earth am I now? He sighed, looked around one more time, then continued his journey. Had a nagging feeling that he'd forgotten something, but tossed that thought aside. It couldn't be too important, now could it? Meanwhile, back at the hospital, that jerk. Patients, nurses, and doctors cleared the way as an irate chef stormed out of the hospital lobby. Yukaya was, obviously, furious. Didn't she tell him to wait for her? Didn't she? And what did that idiot do? He wandered off without her, that's what he did. and now he'd miss a few whole days more of school, which she'd have to brief him on, and she'd be without help at the restaurant again. She knew what the problem was, probably. That damned finicky pride. That state of mind that Ryouga showed every now and then that insisted that he didn't need anybody's help. The jerk. Yes, that's probably what happened. The jerk was trying to show off by finding his way back to himself. What an ego. Once, Yukio was a generally less violent person. That time being between after finding Ranma and Mirima, and during the first few weeks after Ranma and Akan made their engagement official. This was, not coincidentally, the time when Ryouga had moved in with her. From that point onward, she could see why Ranma wasn't that fond of the idiot. Since then, her temper had been steadily getting shorter, and once in a while, she found it rather eerie how she was behaving. Almost like almost like Akan used to. Ugh. This was his fault. Having to find out what he missed in his classes so that he wouldn't fall behind. Not that he asked her to, but if she didn't do it, would. Having to manage the store alone again, although she'd done it lonely before. She was so used to having him help her. And now she was losing her temper too much, and it was definitely hisfault. If she didn't worry about him so much, she'd kill him. She was so angry, she could scream. And she did. Oh, Eugenie, you idiot! Exclamation point, double quote, asterisk. Ryouga sneezed. It was getting a little windy. He wished he was indoors. It wouldn't do to get a cold or flu right after he recovered. Bookins would be a really nice sight right about now. Heck, Yukio would be a nice sight right about now. At that moment, Ryouga finally remembered what was nagging on the edge of his memory. Oops. He hoped she wasn't too upset. Then he heard her voice. Although it wasn't exactly what he was expecting. It went something like this. Oh, Eugenie, you idiot. Ryouga paled. Less than greater than and part 1. The nights in Mirima are sometimes surprisingly peaceful. There may be nights when the gigantic monsters don't roam the streets wrecking houses. There are times when Mishima Heavy Industries doesn't send out a ridiculously big mechanized assault vehicle through the neighborhood after some girl with bionic abilities. There are times when the place almost seems normal. The last several weeks were like that. It was no surprise, considering the more violent population of Mirima was stuck in the hospital for a federation. However, things don't last forever, and tonight was the first night that they were all back. Despite this, it was looking to be yet another peaceful night. Possibly. Tonight could have been a night like that. It wasn't. As if part of a wave effect, bedroom light after bedroom light open at open houses next to each other, in apartments, in hotels. Each flick-off light was accompanied by a scream of horror. Hidden safely in the shadows of a roof, a figure giggled wickedly. His eyes glowed a bloody shade of red. His hands trembled and the Shipadiananzi stroked the fine silk string in his hands. They thought they could stop me. No man has stopped me. Ever. Asterisk WHAP asterisk pervert. Yukaya grinned wickedly, putting her assault spatula away. Teach him not to mess with my laundry. She grumbled. Taco's eye sailed on, across the skies. Well, no man, he admitted to himself, but maybe some women once or twice. Equals The Pursuit of Happiness Act 1 Part 2 Nirima by Night Taco's eyes hopped from rooftop to rooftop, carrying his ever-glowing bag of female undergarments with him. The wind was in his face. The rush of adrenaline as he makes the perfect theft. The silky smooth panties, powering up his fighting spirit. This was what living was all about. This, and sex. But he hadn't gotten much of that for several decades, so the panties would have to do for now. And speaking of which, it was time to enjoy the night's bounty. He held the panty up to his nose and inhaled deeply. B-L-A-C-H. 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 Y-A-N-C-K. P-D-U-I. Taco's eye laid on the floor, twitching and in pain. Something wrong with panty B-L-A-C-H. The window was open. The drawers were open. They were also empty. Hey! Somebody stole my panties. Tsubasa angrily shut his window. Well, he thought, there's gonna be some improvements in house security for sure. Yukaya looked from her storefront window to the night sky outside. Only of these days, she thought, I really ought to leave this town, if only for a while. Really. There's nothing hold me here, is there? She sighed and closed the shutters on the front windows. Something was missing. Ryouga? Hey, Ryouga, where'd you go? She looked in the kitchen. It seemed that he'd already done his job there. The dishes and the stove was cleaned out. But Ryouga was nowhere in sight. I'm going to buy that idiot a pager one of these days, she muttered. Ryoma stared uneasily into the night. The money from his last job was running out. He knew enough to make a few shrewd investments, but that was only delaying the inevitable. He didn't want to do this. It wasn't his style, but it had to be done. He sighed internally, cursing life, cursing fate, cursing bureaucracy. Wished that he was more recovered from his hospital stay. He wasn't feeling quite at 100% yet and accepted his current destiny. He slipped the money from the safe into his jacket and quietly raced for the open window in the distance. Burglary wasn't like assassination or security detail. He didn't get to hit anybody. He didn't get to use his martial arts training. He had to not flamboyant. It wasn't much fun at all. That didn't mean that he was above it. Oh. Tsubasa brushed his long brown hair out of his eyes and concentrated on the main circuit board of his Postal 210 disguise bottleneck. He chewed his cigar, tossed the beer can away, and mulled over the design flaws. Hell with it, it's good enough, he said, in a gruff voice. He hopped into the Postal 210, flipped a switch that activated the tank treads, and drove off into the night. Several minutes later, His first victim appeared. Saodiomi. Prepare to die. Sabesa yelled into the microphone. The Mishima Heavy Industries three-way super bass speakers boomed this message across the neighborhood. Ranma, who had just gone for a midnight jog, looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Sabesa grinned wickedly and flipped a switch, turning a mere post office box with tank treads into a 15-foot-tall monstrosity of Amic. "Jeez!" yelled Ranma and sprinted down the street. "You won't get away." Ranma ran uselessly down the street and suddenly they were in front of the Kaiu's restaurant. "Hey! Help! You Kaiu! Ryouga! Anybody!" Ranma nervously yelled. Sabesa flipped another switch and a deadly blade popped out of one oft-postal 210 single quotes arms. "This is the end, Shodom," Sabesa said. The arm flung down with Ranma dead in its sights. Sabesa grinned triumphantly. Ranma froze in terror. Suddenly, the mech was rocked on its side as the yellow Shishihukauden bellowed forth. The blade smashed to the left of Ranma, who scrambled away quickly. Sabesa swiveled the mech cameras around. "Hibiki!" He yelled into the microphone. "So you wanna die tonight too? Fine." Sabesa wanted to enjoy the elimination of his enemies, and is using a really big blade, but he realized that sometimes it didn't pay to have too much fun at work. After all, that's how the heroes always escape. Sabesa flipped a switch and several Mishima Heavy Industries Incorporated precision lasers popped out oft-postal 210 single quotes shoulders. "Die!" he yelled, and pulled hard on the trigger. Sabesa emerged from his mech and stood before two piles of ash. He looked at them solemnly, and then kicked them into the winds. "So long, suckers," he yelled in a surprisingly gruff, deep baritone voice and lit up a cigar. Yukaiu emerged from her restaurant, shocked. Sabesa looked at her unsmelled. "Hey, Pukin, come on over here." She looked at the ashes scattered all over the place. "You killed them?" she asked. "Yup." He took another puff from his cigar. "Oh, thank you," she yelled, and rushed into his arms. Ranma was just so annoying the way he got free food all the time. And Ryouga too. "Oh, thank you for getting rid of those freeloading bombs." "'Twas nothing," Macho Sabesa said. She turned her eyes towards his, looking deeply. She leaned forward, presenting her lips. "But you'll give up this silly business with the mechs, right?" Sabesa froze. But, I like mechs. What would you rather have, mechs? Or me? He couldn't believe this. A couple of months ago this would be an easy question. But now, he couldn't decide. You. Sabesa-chan. Yukaiu was getting impatient. Can't I do, tag both? TSUBASEU jerk. Clang now. Sabesa said, rubbing his head. He groggily looked around. "Oh," he said, Realizing that he'd fallen asleep while working on Postal 210 again, Tsubasa pondered continuing his work, but decided that working while groggy would just lead to construction errors. Less than no need to be nervous! Greater than he reminded himself. Less than the interview with Mishima Heavy Industries is tomorrow. They are the ones that contacted me, right? Of course they'll take me in. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me! Greater than Tsubasa yawned, rubbing the gear-shaped dent in his forehead, and went to his room for a rest. Oh my, that's going to bruise. I wonder if makeup can hit it. Out on a ledge in downtown Tokyo, 70 floors up, Ryouga crept slowly upwards. Okay, Ryo thought, almost there. High risk but high reward. There was a corporation out there that wanted the latest specs from Mendabik, until he put out the word that they were willing to pay whatever it took to get the information. Just a bit higher. R&D was on the 73rd floor. Maybe Mendabik was one tough corporation owned by one tough and crazy family. The Mendo clan even had their own army commanded by their crazy little heir. It took a brave guy to mess with that family. Less than and that guy is me! Greater than Ryo reassured himself. Then it happened. He sensed a presence. Someone was up there with him. Hold it right there. An unbearably cute voice said. Right, he replied. There was a long silence. You don't want to know who I am? I should ask, I guess. Suddenly, a girl appeared. It wasn't just an ordinary girl. She was glowing pink, dressed in a sailor outfit, and she was floating in the air. I am Magical Girl Kuroma, she said proudly. Striking some odd pose thought, Ryo guessed, was supposed to be impressive. Magical Girl Kuroma. Ryo's expression was blank. You mean you've never heard of me? Can't say that I have, we're terribly sorry. Kuroma looked at him with a confused expression on her face. She thought she sensed a supernatural disturbance, but there was only eyes ordinary guy on a building. So what are you doing up here anyways? She asked. Honestly? Well, you could say I'm getting information. You mean industrial espionage? Rather negative way of looking at things, isn't it? Magical Girl Kuroma looked deep in thought for a moment. Well, she pondered, there wasn't any demons or spirits running amok like she was used to dealing with, but there was this guy doing obviously criminal activity. But she'd never had to deal with people, bad guys, just supernatural stuff. Ryo held on the side of the building, wondering what was supposed to happen next. I guess I ought to stop you, she said. I was hoping you wouldn't. New at this. A little, she admitted. Ah, I see. Ryo didn't like fighting girls. That didn't mean thought was above that sort of thing. It just left a certain distaste in his mind afterwards. Besides, the girl said she was magical, and the last encounter with magic stripped him of some very serious powers. Magic was something he'd learned to hate. Ryo slowly edged away from the girl. There wasn't much room to move on the ledge. Not enough to fight, either. If she had a blast-type attack, he knew he would be in trouble. Magical girl Kuruma held out her hand, where a staff appeared out of nowhere. It had a giant red glowing crystal heart at its tip. She pointed it at Ryo. Crystal heart entrapment. The crystal glowed. Not much else happened. Curiosity demands, said Ryo. And I asked if something was supposed to happen. Well, you were supposed to be entrapped in crystal until the authorities come and get you. Indeed. You've done this before. Don't be silly. Of course I have. She had indeed shown people and moms. There wasn't a reason for it not to work now. That staff, it's magical? He asked. Yup. Ryo touched the heart with a finger. The crystal dimmed considerably. This, he thought, was rather interesting. Ribbon wrap. Kuruma pulled a ribbon from her hair and lashed it at Ryo. It circled around him, and then went lame. I assume that was a magical device as well? Asked Ryo. Well, yeah. How, may I ask, are you floating? Ryo was getting an idea. It's all magic. Gears turned over in Ryo's mind. He was never immune to magic. Gosankuji certainly proved that. However, so far things were proving different. Or this particular magical girl was incredibly incompetent. Ryo grinned wickedly. He had an idea. Before she could dodge, he reached out and touched her arm. Immediately, she started plummeting to the concrete streets below. Interesting, he said, watching her fall. Before she hit the pavement, magical girl Kuruma managed to find the ability to fly again, and narrowly avoided concrete death. She angrily zoomed back to Ryo. That wasn't nice, she yelled. How'd you do that? I had no idea. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got some information to retrieve. Ryo casually ignored the girl and resumed climbing up. Magical girl Kuruma didn't like being ignored. That's it. I'm calling the police. With an excessive flair and dramatic motion, she pulled out a cellular phone and started dialing. Ryo frowned. Fine, I'm going. He opened his umbrella and jumped off, floating to the streets below. Nodoka Shodom looked into the night sky, feeling some measure of warmth knowing that somewhere out there, her son was looking at the Verissimi stars. She sat in the park, wondering how her son was doing. Was he eating right? Was he treating Akan properly? Was he a man amongst men? How was Ranma? She missed him so very much. Suddenly, she noticed a movement in the park and readied her katana. The figure came closer, and then veered to another sidewalk path in the park. Nodoka examined the figure in the darkness of the night. Akan? She said quietly. What was she doing out here? It seemed rather late for a jog around the neighborhood. After all, there could be some real strange people out there. She put her katana away. Nodoka was about to go home for the night when she saw someone else following Akan. How dare anyone threaten the fiancé of her son? Nodoka readied her katana once more and followed the figure. After a few minutes, Akan came to a stop for a brief rest. Ranma hid behind a water fountain, watching over her. He didn't like these late jogs. They just weren't safe. Who knows what kind of weirdos were out there at this time of night. Suddenly, he felt the cold steel of a blade against the back of his neck. "You there?" a woman's voice commandingly said. "What do you think you're doing? I should call the police, or better yet just kill you." "Yar. It's not what you think. Do tell. Look, she's my fiancée and I just wanna make sure nobody goes nothing weird to her." "Fiancée?" she asked. Akan noticed the noise coming from behind the water fountain and looked. Her face froze in shock. Ranma suddenly realized where he heard this woman's voice before. Nodoka turned the word "fiancé" over in her head. "Son?" she asked. Ranma turned around slowly. He saw his mother, holding a katana. "YH!" he screamed, and stumbled back into the fountain. Akan slapped her head in disbelief. "Foolish boy." Nodoka looked on, stunned. Ranko? You're Ranko? What's the meaning of this?" "GNMA." Suddenly an obese panda fell from the sky, landing in front of Nodoka. She aimed her blade at its forehead. "Ranma, explain this now." "Rolf," the panda said, startled. He held a sign up desperately. / I swear, I'm just a panda ! / Don't play innocent with me anymore, you lying bastard. What did you do to my son?" She swung the blade down hard. *ROWF. Ranma yelled as he bolted upright. "Wait a minute. Rolf," he muttered. *CLONK*. "Hey, keep it down, Pop. I'm trying to sleep." Ranma angrily muttered. Ranma shook his head vigorously. He wasn't in his panda form. He tried his vocal abilities once more. "Ahem. That's better. Millimeters. I hate when that happens." Ranma went off to find a glass of water. After all, it was easier to deal with the cold winter nights as a panda. Ryouga, wrapped in a thick jacket and traveling clothes, sat atop the rooftop of Ukans admiring the stars. The stars in winter always seemed a bit clearer to him. In the summertime, the starlight was too easy, like offered up by the city lights or by clouds. But in the winter it was different. He didn't know why, but it just was. He idly twirled his compass necklace around. "Ryouga? Hey, where'd you go?" Yukaya yelled. She was closing up the store when she noticed that the resident Natagationally impaired boy was missing. After living with him for the past several months, she knew he was either lost hopelessly or up on the roof. "Up here. Hey, Ryouga, what you doing?" Yukaya asked as she climbed onto the roof. "Just stargazing. Maybe it's silly, but I like to do it." "No, it's not silly. Ran-chan does it a lot in the summer. Something he has in common with Ranma. Blick. Geez, it's cold out here. Hey, mind if I join ya? Asked Yukayu. Sure. No problem, said Ryouga. Thanks. She flipped up to the roof and made her way next to Ryuga-kama, shivering slightly in her own thick jacket. What's keeping you up? Asked Ryouga. Oh, just things, I guess. Life. The universe. Stuff. You really thinking about closing down the restaurant? Maybe. If Nabiki's estimates are right, I can live off of the profits from some investment picks she's got lined up. Hey, don't worry about a place to stay. You can stay here even if they shut down the place. You sure? What are friends for, right? They settled in once more, looking out into infinity. Stars swirling around other stars. Hey, I hope you don't mind me asking, but, asked Yukayu, what's going on with you and Ryoko? Hey, I see. I'm not. I mean, well, she seemed kinda sweet, and she seems to really be in love with you, Ryuga. Yeah, but I dunno. I don't think that I will. Arg. How'd Ranma ever handle these things? You in love with her? Well, I don't know. Never had a girl ever tell me she loved me before. I've always been a loner, you know. This love thing, it's new to me. Emian, you, how'd you know? Ryuga sighed. Never mind. Hey, said Yukayo in a sleepy tone, if you don't feel the same, tell her. Tells her now. No sense in dragging things out and breaking girls. Asterisk on asterisk. Heart, you know. Yeah, I guess, said Ryuga. I wouldn't want to end up making all the mistakes Ranma made. Hey, we still going on that training trip this weekend? She asked. Ryuga nodded. The weather's supposed to be much nicer this weekend, according to the news reports. I hope so. Yukai yawned once more, stretched, and sighed. Well, I'm done for the day. See ya inside, sugar. Knight, Yukayu. And once more, as was before, Ryuga was alone. Although he didn't feel too bad about it. After a while longer, he slowly drifted off into sleep. And then he started walking. Restless. That was the word to describe her at the moment. She wasn't sure why, but she was. Maybe it was that horror movie on TV she'd watched. She never did take scary movies very well. Or maybe it was the effect of an activity she hadn't sparred with anyone in a while and was itching to really. It couldn't have been the coffee that she, and she was rather proud of it, managed to brew earlier. After all, aside from the initial odd sting, it tasted like normal coffee. None couldn't be the coffee. Akan turned in her bed, turned again, and finally decided that sleep wasn't something she was ready for just yet. Ranma waited in the delivery room, anxious to see his first child. I'm gonna be a dad. I'm gonna be a dad. Wow. he muttered as he nervously paced around the floor. Mr. Sodom? A nurse called from behind the doors of the operating room. Yeah? That's me. What's happening? Congratulations, Mr. Sodom, the nurse said, guiding him into the operating room. You're a father. Akan was resting on the bed, cradling a small infant in her arms. She smiled warmly, in the way that only moms do. Hey, Akan? Ranma nervously asked. Can I? Akan smiled and held the baby forward for Ranma to hold. He cradled it gently in his arms, feeling overwhelmed. The child already had a few locks of hair on its head. Say, is it a boy or a girl? He murmured as he tapped the baby gently on the cheek. Akan took a glass of water and poured some gently on the baby. Tea, and its hair turned red. No. No. It isn't. Everyone in the operating room happily shook their heads. Congrats, honey, Akan cheerily said. It's both. Asterisk 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 FWAP asterisk slash quiet exclamation point slash Ryouga. Huh? Oh. Sorry, Pop. Ranma sat upright, shaking badly. He took deep breaths. Only a dream. Only a dream. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep anymore that night, and headed off to the kitchen for a late-night binge. He wasn't sure if that would calm him down, but it always worked for his dad. As he got up, Ranma heard footsteps. He quietly opened his door. Nobody. He crept downstairs. Nobody. Then he heard the front door open. Ranma snuck to the front just in time to see Akan leaving in her jogging outfit. What time was it? Didn't she know it was too damn early for a jog? Stupid girl, he muttered. This wasn't his problem. No sir. No. If the tomboy wants to go jogging around in the city while it's dark and cold and late and dangerous, he sighed. Damn it. He went back to his room for a quick change of clothes and then headed out the door. Stupid girl. Stupid girl. He muttered. Just great. Something else for him to worry about. That girl was a real pain sometimes, even if he was in love with her. Ranma jogged out into the night, looking for Akan. Had to make sure that her fiancé was alright. After all, there's strange people out there. Meanwhile, elsewhere, more nefarious deeds were underway. Tacos I snuck into the large mansion, entirely undetected and evading all the security precautions that this abode sported. This particular place was one spot he had his eye on for quite a while now. Not only was the lady of the house one sexy woman, she had expensive lingerie, top-dollar panties, creme de la creme, hotcha. As he zoomed stealthily down the hallways, he found his target, the main bedroom, and snuck quietly inside. Ryouga scaled the wall of the mansion. This, he knew, would pay off big. This estate was owned by one rich lady. In fact, it was owned by a lady that he was briefly quite fascinated with. It was unfortunate that he had to resort to thieving from her, but the payoff from this little expedition would keep him financed for a week. He opened the window and crept inside. Apples I dug through the drawers and grinned like the devil. Panties. Ultra silky, ultra smooth panties. He dove into the drawer and immersed himself totally in undergarments. Bang, and then his world went black. Rio felt around the walls, behind the paintings, with no luck. Where was the safe? He decided to dig into the closet. Maybe it was there thing ow. He silently muttered. Rio looked down. The lady left her pantry drawer open and he slammed his leg into the damn thing. He nervously looked at the bed, where a rather stunning beauty of a woman was lying there, asleep, in a rather stunning and very see-through nightgown. "How Rio muttered, admiring the view. He stifled off a nosebleed, shook himself back into reality, and went off to the closet. Maybe the safe was in there. Appo's eyes senses were put on alert. Somebody, maybe the lady, had just closed the damn drawer on him. Whoever it was seemed to be moving away. Appo's eyes, demonstrating amazing strength for a man his size, opened at the drawer from the inside and looked around. Seemed the lady went back to sleep. The lady, in the see-through nightgown. And those, oh my, he croaked. He just said, oh my. Where on earth did that come from? Appo's eye shook his head. Must have spent too much time around Kasumi. He struggled with all his might and turned away from the sight of those well, he turned away and headed for the closet. There wasn't any breeze in the drawer, so he was hoping they were stored there. Those, and maybe some more of those exquisite nightgowns. Appo's eyes happily made his way into the closet and was burying himself in a hung silky item which he hoped was a negligee when suddenly, Rio, in the dark, felt around the walls of the crowded closet. Shoes, skirts, shoes, something with spikes. He blushed a bit and put the rather revealing item of leatherware back down. Shoes. What is it with women and shoes? What else? He felt around blindly. Something silky, warm, softish and round. Firm. A hem. Silky. Soft. Warm. Round. Appo's eye sweated nervously. He was caught. Deep in enemy territory. And stuck in a negligee. Rio sweated nervously. Not only was he robbing the girl, now he could be charged with sexual assault. Very slowly, Rio let go and reached for the light switch. Click equals you. Thieves. Asterisk WH80 asterisk Kodakite whirled her ribbon madly, but by the time her eyes adjusted to the light, the burglars were gone. One seemed to have left something behind. She opened the bag. Panties? Asterisk 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 Rio ran furiously into the cold winter night. Damn you, old man. You ruined everything. As he landed on a rooftop, he swung his umbrella wildly at Akko's eyes. What about me? Huh? Curse you for interfering. I lost my whole bag of panties. Akko's eye angrily flung a dozen bombs at Rio and hopped to an upper rooftop. He fumbled slightly on his landing. Being trapped inside an enclosure usually did that to small people. Rio jumped in pursuit as another Nirima home was overly ventilated left parenthesis asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk and he flung a key blast out towards the mini mega pervert, who dodged it easily. You die tonight. Oh? Is that so? Said Akko's eyes, who suddenly let loose with a flying kick that sent Rio across the skies and into the park, slamming into a fountain. Tonight, foolish young man, you shall feel the wrath of Akko's eyes. The little man bounded away, the negligee flapping madly, chasing after his victim. Asterisk 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 Ranma muttered angrily, stupid girl, as he ran silently into the night. She was taking her usual route, around the neighborhood, through the park, and around across a newly repaired bridge. That's the usual route she took in the mornings, Ranma knew. Since once or twice he had decided to follow her, merely out of curiosity. Well, that's what it seems she was doing tonight anyways. They did the neighborhood thing and were cutting across the park, and asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk bomb explosions. Damn. Akko's eyes. Asterisk wham asterisk ow. Asterisk 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 Akan was almost out of the park when she heard it. Asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk bomb explosions. Damn. Akko's eyes. Asterisk wham asterisk something flew by her. Ow! And hit somebody behind her. Akan looked back curiously. Embedded into the water fountain was Rio, who was currently Koshiwaned from his impact by Ranma-chan. Ranma? Akan wondered what he was doing here. She approached cautiously. Kapo-sai! Rio roared as he shoved off of something in his attempt to get up. Get off on it! Ranma yelled as Rio shoved her in the face. He grabbed Ryo's arm and twisted it. God! Who cares? Rio yelled. He wasn't in the mood for any more inconveniences. He twisted violently and spun around, slashing wildly with his umbrella. He heard a shriek. Akan! Ranma-chan called out. She flung Rio into a tree and went to her. Are you okay? She asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Akan's hand was bleeding. I'm okay, she said. It's just a cut. Damn it. He's dead. Ranma-chan charged angrily at Rio. Nobody hurts my fiancé. She aimed a jump kick at his head. Q&K and was knocked out of her flight by something. Sorry, Ranma, but that one is mine. Taco's I said from somewhere in the darkness. Taco's eyes' laughter was heard from far above. Ranma? I don't see any Ranma, Rio muttered. Just some Ariadariad. Worry about the minor distractions later. He had a fool to fry. Rio looked up into the trees, searching for his enemy. *Q&K Rio stumbled back. Something had hit him on the nose. *Q&K and on the head. In fact, there seemed to be a lot of things falling all around him. Lots of round, small things with fuses. Rio lashed out with the hook end of his umbrella into one of the trees and pulled hard, pulling back a surprised Taco's eyes. Old man, you will dop. There was a sound. Hissing. Rio suffered a quick flashback to the fight that put him in the hospital. He would never forget the sound. The bomb fuses burning. This was that sound. Hiya. *Boom boom 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 Habits are a very hard thing to break. Birds migrate, snakes rattle, and Ryouga walked in his sleep, looking for Akan's bed where he would get a night of snuggling with Rasp-chan. One would think this sort of thing would get him in dire trouble, given Hai's horrible Madagational skill. But this is a hibiki, a very strange braid that doesn't behave exactly as one would expect him to. Yes, Ryouga did sometimes wander far in his sleep. And yes, he'd wander far, sometimes incredibly far, but he would always find his way back to where he'd begun sleeping before he woke up. That is, he'd find his way back unless he was one in his cursed city and to found Akan's bed, or something like it. It was truly amazing how many young ladies across the globe out there woke up with a little black piglet next to them. As Ryouga stumbled around in the dark, asleep, he tripped over a bucket of water, as the Nirima/Tuzenkai water magnet law demanded, turning him into her. Then she made a coincidental left turn here, and right turn there, and sensed a bed nearby. Her subconscious made a judgment call. Cursed form? Yes. Bed nearby? Yes. Akan? Seems like it. Snuggled up Ranma held her close, her face buried in his manly chest. Oh Ranma, she said, and gently nuzzled his neck. He held her tighter. Yukaya worked her way up to his ear, nibbling on it gently. He started to moan. Then his face changed. Yukaya looked up to his eyes, confused. Ryouga. Yukaya woke up. In bed. With a female Ryouga. You pervert. Ryouga slept a dreamless sleep. Then things got unexpectedly erotic. She dreamed as a he, of course, and at the moment, as a he dreamed of Yukayu, in a negligee. Yukayu, This had to be a dream. She'd pound him into the ground if she caught him looking at her while she was in that outfit. He shrugged in his dream, guessing that maybe he was over Akan after all. Although the question why you Caillou did flicker briefly in his mind. All was forgotten as Yukai leaned on him ever so closely and nuzzled his neck, worked her way up, and gently nibbled on his ear. What a dream. So realistic too. Okay. You pervert. DOW suddenly he was flying. That's funny. He never dreamed of flying before. Boy, when that Yukai puts her lips on a guy. A slightly charred Rio and Ako's eyes popped across the nighttime skies off downtown Tokyo, exchanging blows and insults. Ranma-chan and Akan were in pursuit, wanting to get their hands on either one. Tako's eye dashed across the skyscraper rooftop but tripped on the landing. Ryo saw the opening and aimed the blade of his umbrella downwards. WOLD man, you die. Ryo was knocked clumsily off his trajectory by something heavy slamming into him hard, plowing into Tako's eyes, then through the roof and into a bathhouse. Right into the hot water. And on the women's side, Ranma and Akan peered into the hole in the roof. At this point, they both noticed the naked ladies scrambling about. Ranma tried to look away before Akan lapped him to look in the other direction. He did look away, but as a matter of principle, she lapped him anyways. A brief minute later, after some enraged screams, 3 martial artists were violently tossed out. 2 of them were trying to hold back nosebleeds, one via black and yellow bandana, the other via handkerchief and the third one was feeling better than ever. And he was still tangled in Kodakai's negligee. Nice to meet ya, lovely ladies, cackled Ako's eyes, running off into the distance. This night was turning out to be absolutely fabulous for him, with an invigorating swim amongst the pretty ladies and a few martial artists to play with. Catch me if you can, boys, he taunted, then sprang back into the rooftops. Meanwhile, Ranma and Akan were running to catch up, while Ryo and Ryouga got up after giving each other scowls. Once more, they chased after the mega pervert. Idiot, sneered Ryo. I had the old wretch in my sights and you shut up. Ryouga was sleepy, tired, and in no mood for Kuno-esque rants and raves. As he landed on the next roof, his footing wobbled underneath him and he fell ungracefully. On Ako's eyes. Ow! The old wretch croaked. He grabbed Ryuga's leg and slammed him into the pavement, berating himself for pausing too long while trying to figure out which direction Victoria's Secret was from this particular roof. It was a shame, really. He felt he should have that memorized by now. Ryouga got up quickly, anger reviving him. That's it. He was slammed forward, his head propelled by Ranma's feet. His own feet scrambled violently, knocking Ako's eye into a cement wall. Oops. Sorry about that, Ryouga. Ranma. How dare you? Hey. It was an accident. I was jumping already. You got in the way. Hey. Yelled Akan, landing violently on Ranma's head with her feet, double quote, cut it out already. Tako's eyes had enough. It was time to stop fooling around. He had been unused and kicked around enough for one night, and it was time to put an end to it. Fools. Witness the anything goes martial arts SEC RDADDCK. Akan was confused. They're gonna to run away. No. That's the _SAOGOME secret technique. Roared Hippo's eyes. The pint-sized pervert began to glow brightly, causing Ranma-chan, Akan, and Ryouga scrambled back in panic. They'd seen Hippo's eyes enlarged badly before. But this was different. The old man's Zoro wasn't growing. He was growing. Hey, Ranma? Asked Ryouga. What? Show anything goes secret technique. Good idea. Run away. Ryo blinked in confusion as the three scrambled for safety. Fekama cowards. He spat into his hands and readied his umbrella. It was going to be one of those nights. Well, that was just fine for him. Ryo hadn't gotten into a serious fight in a long while. He was way overdue and needed to take his stress out on somebody. He noticed with surprising calm that even though Hippo's eye was growing, his clothes weren't shredding. In fact, they were growing too. Weird. Oh well. Time to kill. BNZIII. Aftermath 6 o'clock a.m. She wondered where the pervert went off to. How dare he slip into her bed? She was, for a while, mad, incredibly mad, bordering on murderously mad. But now that she had time to cool down and think on it, she wasn't mad anymore. She was scheming. Sooner or later, he'd never know when, he'd never know where, but he'd pay for that. Yukaitu shook her head, realizing that she was ranting in her mind about Ryouga again, and that wouldn't do at all. Stress, after all, was not a healthy thing. She needed a distraction. TV. That would do. Morning TV usually isn't promising, but at least it took her mind off the problem. She turned it on, hoping to be distracted. // A crisis of gigantic proportions here this morning in downtown Tokyo / Whoa. She was shocked at what she was seeing. She always knew Hippo's eye was a danger, but she'd never imagined this. Several blocks away, Ryouga stumbled towards Zuken's. He knew it was around here somewhere. At this moment he was grateful to be alive, and with all his limbs intact. It seemed like the start of a fine day in the Tendo household. Kasumi was up early getting the breakfast meal ready. Nebiki was just waking up, and Ranma was looking for Ranma. Where is that boy? He's missing our morning sparring session. Hailed, as he entered the main room. Soon ran up frantically and grabbed Soon by the shoulders. Showed him. Akan's missing. Ranma HM'd seriously for a moment, stroking his chin. Soon joined him in contemplation. You don't think they started soon? Well, Tendo, replied a grinning Ranma. Would it be particularly bad if they did? Suddenly, both of them began a dance of joy, with much confetti being tossed about. As if on cue, a very tired, somewhat dusty-looking Akan entered through the front door. Her hair and clothes were a mess. "Ah, Ken, where have you been?" asked Soon. Ranma entered the house. He was slightly dusty. His clothes were all in disarray. He stretched and yawned. Soon and Ranma cast a quick glance and an evil grin. Ranma and Akane out all night, their clothing in a mess, tired as if they were busy all night. Suddenly, they stood behind their children, holding their shitters, and tossed confetti. "Oh, Sodom! It's good to see our children getting along once again." "Yes, Tendo, it is indeed. My daughter is all grown up." "Way up," Soon wailed. Ranma frowned. He would, under normal circumstances, prefer to toss his dad into the pond. Unfortunately, he was just too tired to do that. He glanced over at Akane. It looked like she was in the same predicament. "Millimeters," said Ranma, and he pointed towards the heart of downtown Tokyo. "Hey, what's that you're saying?" asked Soon. "Millimeters." Akane pointed her thumb in that direction too, hoping that would answer everyone's questions. They both trudged upstairs to get some well-deserved rest. Ranma and Sound looked to where they had pointed. "Oh my," said Kasumi. "Sodom," said the grim Tendo. "Tendo, we're moving to China." "Yes. Good idea. As soon as possible." Ryo Mahashin crawled into his apartment, ragged and out of energy. He'd given it his all. He'd done his best. There was no shame in his retreat. "Hey, bro, where have you been?" asked Ryouga. "Erg, what happened to you? You look like you've been fighting Ryouga again." He gave his sister a glare, then proceeded to rest on the floor. It wasn't a good night for Ryo. He'd lost his big score at Mendabik, at the Kumo mansion, got beaten silly, and lost a damn fine umbrella. "Cool. Give me the details." "No talk, sleep now," was the best Ryo could offer in reply. "Fine. Be that way." Nagain passed by, noticed Ryo on the floor, and said, "So you got your ass kicked again, did you?" "Shut up." Ryo was content. He was alive, right? He strongly felt that he ought to leave this town. It seemed to be hazardous for his health. For now, Ryo was home, and he was content to just fall asleep on the floor, right there, right now. Commander Ichihara was in a panic. "Get the tank divisions lined up offer here. Call the general and tell him we need those damn airstrikes. Get those electro-discharge dishes in place. Damn it, men, move it, move it, move it. Not since those damn giant monsters crashed into town 10 years ago had he ever seen such a horrible threat to Japan. The creature, as tall as an average skyscraper in downtown Tokyo and had devastated half of the downtown area already. It crushed several divisions of tanks already, and it had swatted down 2 squadrons of fighter planes as well. He hoped that the new anti-monster system developed after the disaster of Godzilla would prove effective. What it looked like was absurd. A hideously mutated old man resembling a troll somewhat, and wearing an even bigger negligee. The dumb thing kept on roaring something unintelligible that came out sounding like PHH, or sometimes PANNDIIESS. Luckily, it had stopped its rampage and was apparently molesting a gigantic billboard with a lingerie-clad girl on it. Ichihara shook his head. Who knows what that thing was? Atomic accident gone wrong? Mutant? Ancient race of cross-dressing giants thought had so far been hidden from mankind? He took a drag from his cigar and pondered the mysteries of life. SWEEDDDDDDO END Part 2 The Pursuit of Happiness Act I Part 3 A Training We Will Go Nothing's so cold as closing the heart when all we need is to free the soul, but we wouldn't be that brave I know, and the air outside so soft, confessing everything. TOAD the wet sprocket. All I want Friday night. The sun slowly sank to the mountains, its brilliant orange glow bathing the scenery in an almost cinematic moment. Two observers sitting next to a campfire were admiring the event, looking a bit weary themselves, as if he had just done a lot of walking, which they did. Wow! Kinda warm for this time of year, ain't it? Said Yukayu. That's true, I guess, admitted Ryouga. Feels more like spring than winter, really. Nice weather for a training trip, isn't it? Said Ryouga. Very nice. So, this is where you train normally? Asked Yukayu. How is currently reclined on her sleeping bag. I always liked this place, said Ryouga, stretching his back and arms. Double quoted single quote as always so peaceful, and scenic too. This was done, somewhat, because of the much anticipated King of Nirima tournament that was to begin in about a month's time. But more than that, the trip was done because life in Nirima tended to be hazardous anyways. It was in Ryuga's best interest to get back in shape as soon as possible. Yeah, this place is beautiful, agreed Yukayu. I was told this used to be known as the Cobweb Forest. Supposedly, their single quote as spirits that haunted the woods, and hidden somewhere in here is the remains of an old abandoned fortress from the days of the warlords. Sounds spooky, said Yukayu, frowning. Well, said Ryouga, I've never seen any spirits, or any fortress. Maybe it's all just a myth. Ryuga's stretching ceased, and he stood perfectly still. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was steady and calm. No worries, no cares, and only the feel of nature all around him. Yukayu looked up at Ryouga curiously. She'd never seen him so calm before. When he wasn't scowling, moping, or being an idiot, she had told me he was cute. In fact, he was kinda handsome. Yukayu? Something wrong? Huh? She realized that she'd been gazing right at him, and fixed that problem by turning away quickly. However, the blushing wasn't helping her any. Just thinking, that's all. Oh. He let the inquiry stop at that, mostly because he wasn't sure he was ready to hear any answers. Instead, he let a more natural urge take over. Say, When's dinner? Question mark. Double quote asterisk. Dinner's ready. I'll be there in a minute. Ranma took a moment to make a prayer to any deities out there that would listen as he was about to face the consequence of bringing his beloved fiancée along with him on this training trip. At the time, it seemed like a good idea. Just the two of them together, in the mountains, and without any weird edicts from their parents, Tako's eyes, or any other fiancés that Ranma might not have heard of yet. It sounded romantic, anyways, until he thought about who'd be doing the cooking. If only she wasn't so sensitive about the topic. Oh well. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Ranma, your dinner's getting cold, called out Akan. He took this moment to remind himself of a few vital things before partaking of the feast. 1. He was her fiancé. 2. He really did care about her. And 3. As his father was fond of saying, the path of a true martial artist is fraught with peril. Forcing a smile on his face, Ranma headed towards his fiancée and the parade she lovingly made for him. He couldn't help but worry. That smell from the pot of whatever was smelling like Akan's standard fare, which was noxious. Asterisk, what is that stench? Muttered Ryo. He stood still upon a boulder that was sitting in the middle of a stream, sniffing the air curiously and trying to determine what on earth it was and where it was coming from. Failing to do either, he gave up and resumed jumping from rock to rock. Even though it was dark, he managed to keep himself upright and dry. It was all a part of UWSMA training, being ready to fight in any environment, wet or dry, bright or dark. He couldn't help but frown. Oh, he felt it. In every move he made, that he wasn't at peak condition anymore. Too much time in the hospital, on his back. This wouldn't do. The smell wasn't helping either. The best place to begin, he thought, was with the basics. Push the limits again until his limits were higher. After all, he still had a Hibiki to defeat, and it was clear that his skill levels before were still inadequate for the job. He just needed a little more of an edge. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Ryo jumped away from the stream, brushed off his ebony t-shirt and dark brown slacks, and picked up his backpack. That odor was just too disharmonious with nature. He couldn't stand it anymore. There had to be some other place to camp around there. Away from that smell. Asterisk. Hey, you smell something? Wondered Ryouga. Like what? You don't smell it. Yukaiu closed her eyes, inhaled, then frowned. Yeah, I can barely smell it, but there's something weird in the air. I guess that's what happens when cities get too big, lamented Ryouga. He shook his head sadly, then resumed munching down his okonomiyaki. The okonomiyaki okay? Wondered Yukaiu. Great as always, replied Ryouga. And the grilled chicken? Queried Yukaiu. Pretty good, pretty good. How about the egg drop soup? She asked, somewhat concerned. Yukaiu? It wasn't good, was it? I knew I used too much salt. Yukaiu, the soup was good. Oh, Good. Yukaiu smiled once more and relaxed. This was odd, thought Ryouga. Very odd. Yukaiu? HM? Why are you acting so weird? Yukaiu frowned. Huh? Weird? I'm not acting weird. Yes you are, said Ryouga. I'm not saying you shouldn't have two thoughts with all this stuff you cooked, he asked, pointing at a rather amazing variety of dishes. There were the traditional dishes from Japan, one or two Chinese dishes, a side dish from India, and the dessert was possibly French. Yukaiu frowned. What? You don't like it? That isn't the problem. It's just that. Well, I'm just used to cooking okonomiyaki. I just, well, wanted to expand my skills a bit. Oh, everything tasted okay, right? Ryuga rolled his eyes. Yeah, everything tasted great. Stop worrying. Yukaiu smiled a bit, then pulled out a cooler. What's in there? Wondered Ryuga. Ice cream. Want some ? Double quote asterisk ice cream would be nice right about now, thought Rio. Or a nice espresso. Instead, he was settling for a lukewarm Coke and some odd bird he managed to kill, cooked via roasting over a campfire. Next time, he said to himself, don't forget to bring the cooler. Using a ribbing place of a toothpick, he scraped off some nagging bits of bird from his teeth perched on a low branch of a tree. He closed his eyes and inhaled, analyzing the air and its pleasant lack of modern-day scents. Well, almost. An eye opened lazily as his olfactory senses detected Chinese food, and something Indian, and definitely the scent of okonomiyaki. Both eyes opened, narrow reptilian slits, scanning his surroundings carefully. Could Hibiki and his friend have followed him up here? It was a possibility. No, it couldn't be. He blamed the tempting aromas on the small city a few hours' hike away and settled into the branch, pulling out his portable television. Not much achieved today, aside from getting the long walk done with and warming up a bit. Tomorrow, however, would be when the interesting events were scheduled to take place. Hopefully, it'd be a beautiful day. It's beautiful tonight, isn't it? Said Akan, holding on to Ranma as they navigated through the forest. Yeah, the stars don't get this bright in the city, said Ranma. Thought was true. Out in the countryside, the night sky was unbelievably clear, almost looking like she could reach out and touch the stars. It was beauty on a grand scale. Watch out, low branch, warned Ranma. Thanks. I hope the view is worth the trip, said Akan. Hey, replied Ranma confidently, trust me. They wandered through trees and bushes, with the surprisingly bright moonlight guiding their way. Eventually, they made it to the mountaintop, a majestic view greeting them as the valleys nearby were revealed in all their splendor. In the far distance, city lights were flickering, much like tiny fires in the night. The two sat down, looking upon the world, and leaned against each other for warmth and comfort. You're right, said Akan, sighing. Nice view. Glad you like it. Double quote asterisk. Nice view of the stars from out here, said Ryouga, lying back on his sleeping bag. Yeah, I've forgotten how much more, well, alive the night sky is, when you're out in the rural parts of the country. That is, said Yukayu, lying in her own sleeping bag and looking up. Forgotten? Wondered Ryuga. Used to be in a smaller town, remember? Oh, you mean before millimeters HM. Minutes rolled by. Birds glided past, far above in the sky. Somehow Commodity failed to fall asleep. Hey, Ryuga, said Yukayu, still awake? Yeah. What do you see when you look at the stars? See? Wondered Ryuga. You know, constellations and stuff like that. Oh. Well, I've always heard that sailors use the stars to find their way, so I kinda tried the same. Oh. Never seemed to work. Oh, said Ryuga, sitting up. See that star? He asked, pointing towards the sky. HM? Which one? Asked Yukayu. That one, right over. Ah, hold on. He left his sleeping bag kneeled next to Yukayu, and pointed up in the sky. See that one? Yukayu leaned closer, trying to see exactly what he was pointing at. What about it? She asked. Well, it's supposed to be the North Star, right? But I still get lost when I use it for ref. That's not the North Star, said Yukayu bluntly. REMCE. It isn't. That, she said, moving his arm up and sideways quite a bit, is the North Star. What? Then what's that star supposed to be? He asked, sounding bewildered and embarrassed. Not the North Star. Oh. Ryuga grinned sheepishly, clearly embarrassed. Yukayu patted him on the shoulder and said, try to remember, okay? Hook knows, it just might help you. Now get off of my sleeping bag, sugar. Huh? Ryuga looked around and suddenly realized how close he was to Caillou. Oh. Sorry. He quickly went back to his own sleeping bag. Yukayu smiled, amused at the reaction she got from Ryuga. The guy was just so funny sometimes, although she knew he didn't mean to be. Hey, she said. HM? Still didn't answer my question, you know. What question? About stargazing? Oh, that. Ryuga looked up at the sky, thoughtfully. I used to see he can. He didn't see Yukayu roll up her eyes in disgust. But, I continued, lately it's been, well, actually, he hadn't given it much thought, so he was taking that moment to see what he would see. Admittedly, in the past, he'd start thinking in dramatic terms about how he and Akan would be looking up at the same stars, and that one day. Just stars, he answered, shrugging. How about you? Let's see. There's the Big Dipper over there, she said, pointing keyword. Where? _there_. Where? Yukayu got up, kneeled next to Ryuga, grabbed his face, tilted it upwards, then pointed up. There. Oh. I see. Over there, that's the Okonomiyaki Nebula. Ryuga blinked. The what? The Okonomiyaki Nebula, she said, smiling. Hey, there's no such thing as, no, it ain't an official name, she said, still smiling a pleasant and somewhat sentimental smile. It's what me and Ronchin used to call it when we were kids. Ryouga frowned, slightly. I see. And next to it. That's what we called the really odd-shaped and spatula constellation. She laughed at the memory, feeling a little warm glow from happier days. Oh. Ryouga scowled at the mention of Ranma, still not liking how he was always in Ranma's shadow. Even now. And over there is Orion's belt. And that, over there is. For a few minutes, Yukai wanded out the various constellations in the sky, and they were named so. As she did so, her voice seemed to fade out in Ryuga's ears. Instead, he couldn't help but notice how close she was and her perfume seemed to smell really nice too. After a while, Yukai finished talking and went back to her sleeping bag to settle in for the night. She entirely missed the way he seemed just mesmerized by her following her with dazed eyes. Soon, the two were once again chasing after sleep, with little success. The wind blew. Trees swayed in the breeze. Hey, Ryouga, still awake? Asked Yukai. Yeah. Mind if I ask you a question? She asked. Go ahead. Why are you so clumsy around girls? What? Hey, come on, admit it. You just turn into a babbling idiot when you see a cute girl. Remember all those times I tried to set you up with a can? Huh? Okay, he replied irritably. So I do. I guess. I'm not used to people. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, it's always been just me. Whenever I go on training trips, or get lost, or when I was in school, it was just me. I'm just not used to dealing with people. I always just either beat them up or tried to say the right thing. Oh. She glanced at the forever lost boy, feeling sad that his upbringing was so isolated. Well, you're an okay guy, Ryouga. You shouldn't worry too much. You really think so? You just have to keep your ridiculous temper under control. I don't have a bad temper, he said calmly. Yes you do, my friend. I do not underscore. Normal people don't begin vendettas because of bread, sugar. Ryouga scowled. So, other than that, you're a nice guy. Gee, thanks, he said sarcastically. And when you're not mopey or scowling, you're actually kinda cute. Ryouga blushed. You really think so? Yup. But your brain still turns into mud when you're around a cute girl. I wasn't that bad around Akan. And I'm doing just fine talking to you right now, aren't I? Yukai blushed, but it was hidden well underneath her sleeping bag in the darkness. A proud part of her refused to get flustered, and decided to knock Ryouga off balance. So, said she mirthfully, that mean I'm in the cute category, sugar? What? This time Ryouga blushed somewhat as he realized that his word choice was a bit suspect last time, and tried to make up for that now. I mean, well, it's not like. Yukaiu giggled. You were saying something about not being that bad? Hey, no fair, you caught me off guard. All's fair in love and war, sugar. And this is war, northeast, said Ryuga, amused. And I'm up, 1-0 double quote asterisk Saturday morning. He stared into her eyes, an intense, deep, and meaningful gaze. She returned his look with an equally intense stare. He brushed a stray lock of hair from her eyes. She took his hand in hers and held it. I can. Ranma. I'm cooking breakfast, and that's that. I don't think so, said she, giving his hand a mildly painful crush. Ow! It's only fair. You cooked dinner. I do breakfast. Are you trying to avoid my cooking again? I'm, sharing the duties here. I mean, we're gonna be married, right? Ken narrowed her eyes. I challenge you. What? Ken rolled up her sleeve and pulled her arm back. Fist clenched double quote lot. You afraid you'll lose? To you? No way. He rolled his own sleeve up and pulled his arm back, ready to strike. Ready? She asked. Ready. Junkin POW. Ken had scissors. So did Ranma. Junkin POW. Ranma had rock. So did Ken. They glared at each other. Apparently, they both thought a twist in strategy is required. Junkin POW. Ken, rock. Ranma, rock. Stop copying me, yelled Ken. Hey, it's you copying me! Double quote asterisk. It had been said that Rio was trying to copy Ryuga. As he heard from the rumor mill that was constantly flowing in Nirima, and it irked him somewhat, really. How was he supposed to know that Ryuga had also learned the breaking point technique? Was it his fault Ryuga used an umbrella as well? Rio had used an umbrella first. Rio stood atop a boulder, facing the rising sun with his eyes closed as if in meditation. He scowled as he used those thoughts of irritation to build up a surge of anger, and felt power coursing through his body as a result. He shifted his focus and suddenly his gloves were lit with ki energy, glowing a pulsating purple and blue. The test here was how long he could keep his ki focused and ready. The size of the blasts that he'd seen Ryuga execute, he guessed that this enemy had ki-generating abilities surpassing his own by leaps and bounds. That would have to change. 10 minutes went by, as he focused to keep his gloves charged. 10 minutes. It wasn't bad. But there was a better way to push his limits. Keeping his gloves energized with ki, he leapt down, turned, and slammed a fist into the boulder. Rocks flew and the rock shuddered as his arm plowed into it. And then he punched again. And again. Asterisk. The reason why you lost all the time was because he was always faster, observed Yukaiu. That's why he's always been the best. You can't touch him when he's up to full speed. You think I should train to be faster? It certainly wouldn't hurt. You just might take him by surprise. Ryouga took a few practice swings with her battle spatula, warming up. Say, how'd he get so fast anyways? Cologne taught him. Shoulda known. How? She made him sit in front of a campfire and try to pull chestnuts out. She tried to teach me the same technique, but gave up. Well, let's see about getting your defense back in shape then, guard. She charged at Ryouga, swinging at a moderate pace at first, then speeding up. Ryouga easily blocked the first volley of strikes, but as her speed increased, a few hits tagged him. Fortunately, they weren't powerful hits, but they were unfortunately slipping through his defenses at an increasing rate. Finally, after a few more minutes, she stopped. Ryouga was feeling exhausted, after having attacked constantly for so long. Ryouga was feeling slightly winded, having suffered quite a few hits. You leave yourself open way too much sometimes, said Ryouga between deep breaths. Especially your left side. It'd be a different story if I was attacking, he grumbled. The point here is to make your defense better. We'll try this again in a few minutes. 36 minutes non-stop. Not bad. Ryo sighed as he felt the last of his ki energy drain away from him, and he surveyed what he had managed to do while he was able to keep this charge up. The boulder which he had been punching at the start was now rubbled up. In addition to that, a few neighboring boulders were also victimized, as well as quite a few trees. In his frenzy to continue punching and kicking with ki-charged blows non-stop, he pumped a few miscellaneous forced animals into mid-earth orbit. This is good, he said, taking deep breaths. Keeping his ki up for so long was incredibly tiring. He felt as if all his reserves were spent. Maybe a 30-minute rest, he mulled, and we'll see what else we can think of. He wiped sweat from his brow, sat under one of the undamaged egg trays, and looked at a very rough blueprint of an umbrella design he had in mind, and lost himself in thought. And I thought you were getting better, taunted Ranma, dodging a furious barrage of kicks and punches with a bit of a smile on his face. Come on, hit me. I'm trying. Shot back Akan, continuing her berserker barrage against any normal man. Her assault would be devastating. But this was Ranma, and to fight Ranma meant facing a foe of incredible speed, dexterity, and with a habit of tossing insults casually during a fight. Meanwhile, a small amount of forest animals flew violently through the air in the distance, appearing as if they'd been flung there by a catapult. Both martial artists utterly failed to notice it. You're killing the forest, you know, said Ranma as he rolled under a fleeing kick. Akan zoomed past him and cracked yet another tree. Keep on trying, come on, faster. He didn't seem pleased, but he was actually thinking that she was progressing well. She was, in his guess, up to Kodakai's skill levels, maybe Fukin's. If they had more time, she just might become better than Shampoo. Akan came in with sweeps followed by midsection kicks, intending to catch him while he was in the air. It almost worked, and forced him to finally start blocking her attacks. She pressed the advantage, mixing in a series of punches high and low, and was getting him to block more than dodge. Akan smiled slightly at the progress. "Alright then, let's see how you dodge," said Ranma, and lashed out with a kick. This caught Akan entirely by surprise. He'd never thought back before, and she wasn't expecting it now. She ducked the kick, but got tugged by a fist going towards her face. Instead of the hard hit she was expecting, she was tapped lightly. "Gotcha. Why you? Come on, block." He lashed out with more kicks and punches, a few of them going past her defenses but never striking with anything harder but a light touch. To someone with Akan's pride, this was absolutely insulting. "You trying to get me mad? I'm trying to train you. Now block, will ya? Fine." After another minute of relentlessly getting tagged, Akan finally began blocking a few of Ranma's attacks. "Come on, you gonna let me tag you all day?" To his surprise, Akan actually began counter-attacking, reacting to Mai's attacks. None made contact, quite a lot were dodged entirely, but a few came very close. "Alright, that's better!" Double quote asterisk, "That's better," said Yukayu, watching Ryouga practice some punches at Atari. "Your defense is getting a little better, definitely." "You think so?" "Yeah, although if you wanna go with adjustments in a fire training," she teased. Ryouga frowned. "No way. That's what I thought you'd say. And you're still leaving that left side open a bit too much." "I am not." Clang asterisk, "Oh. Maybe you are," smirked Yukayu. "Aside from that, I'd say you're almost back to normal." The two settled underneath the shade of a large tree and around Yukayu pulled out a canteen of water and offered some to Ryouga, but he had eyes on. "Hey, learned any new techniques for the tournament?" wondered Yukayu. "New techniques? You know, some new special attack that'll surprise the competition, you know? Like how Ranshin does every now and then. Where does he get those techniques from anyways?" wondered Ryouga. "Let's see. He learned them out of Kabisha from you." "Not exactly," countered Ryouga. "True, but he came out on top in that one anyways." Ryouga scowled. "Hey, if it makes you feel any better," said Yukayu, "it proved his ego eyes bigger than your honest." Ryouga blinked. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Now if only we could find a key attack based on stubbornness, mused Yukayu. "You. Just kidding," laughed Yukayu. "Anyways, let's see. He learned Feihirya to Shutenha and the Tenshin Amagurakan from Cologne. Strong stuff, those two are." Ryouga nodded in agreement. "And he learned that awesome Sodom School ultimate technique from his dad," said Yukayu. "Ultimate technique? You don't remember it? He used it on you, I heard." Ryouga scratched his head. Let me refresh your memory," said Yukayu, assuming a battle stance. Ryouga raised an eyebrow, wondering what Yukayu could be up to. Ready? Ryouga nodded grimly. Here I come. Yukayu charged at him with alarming fury, berserker rage in her eyes. Ryouga raised his umbrella to block the first strike, expecting a jarring hit from her spatula. It never came. He looked around, blinking, and saw Yukayu zooming away from him, yelling, "Run away!" That, he wondered, was it? He heard Yukayu's laughter in the distance, and had a nagging feeling he was being laughed at. With the smallest hint of a smirk, he took off after her, yelling, "Get back here!" Double quote asterisk now underscore here underscore was a new technique, thought Ryo, worthy of being forbidden knowledge. There was already a new name he had in mind to give to the technique, too. He grinned maliciously as he fiddled with the wrench, making meticulous and final adjustments to his umbrella. In theory, it was perfectly viable. In his experiments with toothpicks and fried chicken, it passed with fleeing colors. Out on the field, however, with test material, he sensed the movement of a wild animal in the brush. A perfect opportunity to test the technique. Ryo swiveled the umbrella in his hand until the blade end was outward. With a movement of his hand, the blood popped in, and a rapier-like end took its place. He sped towards the bushes and spied a blur rushing out. Immediately, he saw the breaking points of the creature and lashed out, yelling, asterisk AKUSAI 10-SATSU double quote left parenthesis asterisk writer single quote S note, blasting point kill 5 minutes later. Okay, so the technique had a few bugs to iron out, admitted Ryo to himself, glancing briefly at his umbrella, which currently sported a bent tip. When something is built that is needle precise at the tip, it's bound to be not very resilient. He sighed, turning over the somewhat intact carcass of a rabbit. Yes, the Bakusai Tensatsu had a few little annoying hitches, like apparently a distinct need for precision. The first few stabs he swore were closing off. Apparently, near misses weren't enough to trigger the breaking point. Rocks needed a bit less precision than bone, it seemed. It couldn't be said that the results weren't spectacular. I hadn't expected the rabbit's leg to explode quite so violently. It may be an absolute mess on his flax, which were currently getting a much-needed soak in a nearby stream. He could only imagine how devastating an exploding rib would be to internal organs. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Definitely the sort of technique he thought becomes forbidden knowledge after a few decades. Did the Amazons know of the potential of the breaking point? They probably did, he believed. Must have stricken all records of the technique too. What a waste. But, what a new technique. What are you doing now? Wondered Yukayu, standing at the edge of a clearing. New technique, said Ryouga, who was currently on one knee and examining the earth. Where'd you learn a new technique from? Actually, it's an improvement on an old one. You might wanna stand back. Yukaya wondered what he was up to as she took a few steps back. Ryuga cocked his arm back, single digit extended, and yelled, "BAKUSAIDMKDSU." At his touch the earth shook, sending rocks and debris everywhere. Where Yukaya expected one explosion, there was instead a fast chain reaction of explosions on the ground in a violent wave. It finally ended after 40 meters, leaving a jagged trench in its wake. Yukaya whistled. Wow. Now that is impressive. What's the trick? A chain effect of breaking points. I direct the explosion towards Sanofer point nearby, and when the blast reaches that point, it goes off towards another point nearby and I get the idea. Anyone facing you ought to be intimidated by that. So, got any other new tricks? Ryuga paused, thinking about something. Well, there was one at each technique I learned. I haven't used it in a while. Oh, and I never did get it fully right. Show me. Wondered Yukaya. Ryuga nodded, and walked to the base of a nearby tree. He closed his eyes, trying to remember what the old master had taught him. Shoryukan. Ryuga surged skyward with an uppercut, demolishing that tree as he rose to its top in a somewhat not quite straight fashion. Yukaya thought she saw the faintest hint of a glow on Ryuga's fist as he flew up. Finally, he reached the peak of his ascent, turned in the air, and landed. His fist was unscathed, and the tree was nearly split in two. That move. It seemed awfully familiar to Yukaya. White Amanute. She yelled. That's the move that the Street Fighter champ used a couple of years ago to get the title. Yeah. I think I met him and his sensei while I was lost. And, continued the horrified Yukaya, you didn't get an autograph. I didn't know who they were at the time, okay? And you call that a Shoryuken? You were kinda wobbly all the way you know. I didn't say I mastered it, did I? Snapped Ryuga. You certainly didn't, replied Yukaya. Well, it's a new technique, and it ought to knock the wind out of Ranma if I end up fighting him. Still looks ridiculous, teased Yukaya. This is ridiculous, protested Akan, leaping ungracefully up in the air. I told my old man the same thing, said Ranma, also leaping, but with much more grace. But hey, it works. Come on, you're falling behind. When I catch up I'm going to kill you, yelled Akan, jumping high once more, with a large metal ball chained to her ankle. When she asked Ranma to help her get ready for the tournament, this wasn't what she had in mind. Come on, this isn't too bad, taunted Ranma. Oh sure, you're not the one with the ball and chain tied to you. I will in a few years. He shot back. What do you mean by? At first Akan had no idea what he meant, then realization dawned on her. You calling me a ball and chain? Nah. Why you? She summoned up more iron determination and actually managed to speed up. There was the faintest hint of a smile on her face as she chased after her fiancé. Hey, called Ranma from up ahead, when we're done with this, I'll let you try to learn the Katsu Tenshin Yamaguraken. I've got the fire enchantments all set up. I'm not doing _that_. Oh yes you are. Gotta start learning new attacks. How about if I just attack you ? Another new attack came to Ryo's mind, and he was getting ready to test it. However, there seemed to be a shortage of material. His previous campsite was now thoroughly devoid of any intact boulders, and the trees were a bit of a mess. In fact, the whole site was a mess, so it was time to move onwards to other locales. This new locale, it had boulders. Plenty of them. Perfect. He walked away until he was about 40 yards in distance from them, then began twirling his umbrella. A moment later, a small blast of ki, no larger than a finger, raced across the distance, and hit the boulder with an odd thud sound. A second later, the boulder exploded in a wild shower of rocks and dust, leaving only a shallow crater in its place. A distance breaking point technique, called Ryo. But how could this be played in combat? He looked around and spied a tree standing alone in that clearing. At the rate he was destroying trees, Ryo mused that he was due for a visit from some odd environmentalist fanatic. Oh well, sacrifices had to be made. He sprang high into the air, charging his umbrella with ki, then released 4 small bolts of ki streaking towards the tree. They impacted in front and behind it, triggering 4 explosions that obscured the tree in a shower of shrapnel and dust. When the dust settled, the remains of the tree were revealed, battered by the shockwaves of the explosions and the flying debris. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad, Ryouga. You're finally starting to guard that left side better, said Yukayu, spinning her battle spatula slowly while circling Ryouga. You're not too bad yourself, said Ryouga, snapping his umbrella shut. Let's see how you handle some tricks of mine, she replied. Come on, P-chan, give me your best shot. As Ryouga charged at her, she pulled a small bag from her pocket and threw it down hard. She was instantly consumed by a cloud of flour. Ryouga couldn't stop himself in time and run right into it. He expected to get a spatula right to the noggin or worse. Instead, nothing happened. Ryouga looked around quickly, but failed to find her. He heard the sounds of feet landing behind him too late as he was grabbed by the back of the shirt. He found himself suddenly on the ground, slightly dazed, and looking up at a grinning Yukayu. Gotcha, sugar. You ought to be a little more careful when you can't see your opponent. Without warning, Ryouga grabbed Yukayu's leg and gave it a quick pull, taking her entirely by surprise and causing her to land on her rear. Gotcha back, said the smug Ryouga, right before Yukayu grabbed him with bandana and flung him into the nearby stream. Told you to be more careful, teased Yukayu, as the soaked Ryuga-san stomped out of the stream. Just heat up some water, please ? It was somewhat pleasing to Ryo that he had an advantage over Ryuga. However, he was disadvantaged when it came to matters of endurance. He resented admitting it, even to himself. But if it came to a matter of trading hit for hit, he'd be on the losing end of things. The strength aspect of it couldn't be improved any further. He was already remarkably strong, especially considering his physical appearance. He doubted he could improve himself much further on that end. The endurance aspect, however, might be correctable. He knew exactly where he got his high endurance from, the learning of the breaking point technique. He overheard the Amazon instructors when they were discussing the matter with their students. His endurance should have been better, if he had trained properly to learn the breaking point, i.e. thrown against large boulders more often. Unfortunately, half of his training was spent poking at boulders trying to hit the right point. At the time, he didn't have the luxury of free run of the Amazon training grounds and had to make do with using it when it was empty. Ryouga must have learned the technique properly. He had a somewhat higher endurance level before, but with that last duel of theirs, it was clear his endurance had risen to far higher levels. He'd been caught in Aki Blast barrage and managed to fight back afterwards. That, to Rio, was alarming. Now out to catch up, he wasn't about to fling himself at boulders. So instead, he decided to see how many times he could do the breaking point technique without stopping from pain. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Boom a blast 6 meters in radius shook the earth. Rocks flew everywhere, small animals scattered, and a few nearby plants would never be the same. That's one ... BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Boom an explosion of 10 meters in diameter violently shook the earth. Rock shrapnel flew places, and from a safe distance away Ryouga watched as Ryouga proceeded to make a fairly large pit in the ground. Ryouga, remind me why you're doing this? Queried Ryouga. To see where my endurance is at. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Boom I see. Can you keep count for me? I think this is my third. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Boom that was your third before, or that was your third just now? In the distance, an explosion rumbled like a distant thunderstorm. That was my third. This will be my fourth. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Boom and the next one will be your fifth, right? Yup. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Boom POMK. Did you hear that? Said Ranma, looking up from the campfire. Hear what? Asked Akan. Thought I heard something. Kind like thunder, said Ranma as he looked around. But there's no clouds in the sky. Oh well, must have been nothing. Now where were we? Wondered Akan. Sauce. Right here. Akan, that's vinegar. Oh, sorry. POM, there it is again, said Ranma. I heard it too. It's coming from that direction. No it isn't. It's coming from that direction. No, you've got it wrong, I tell ya. hyphen boom hyphen asterisk boom asterisk 58. Asterisk boom asterisk 59. Ouch ouch ouch. Asterisk boom asterisk 60. Asterisk boom asterisk 61. Hog. Rio dropped his umbrella and staggered to the shade of a nearby tree, worn out by the pounding that the debris from the breaking point flung at him. Normally, self-inflicted damage didn't play a factor in the execution of the technique, not unless he was in close quarters. The direction of the explosion was controllable, but the very basic form of the breaking point had no directional blast. It was an explosion that watched over all directions, and besides, it'd be pointless to test his endurance via breaking point if he didn't allow himself to get worn down by it like he did the first time. 61. Not bad. Better than his previous mark of 30-9 out, and he was already feeling his second wind coming. Wait a moment. What was that noise? Asterisk see. Told ya it was coming from this direction, said Ranma, sticking his tongue out at Akan. Oh, just shut up and lead the way, she hissed. Through bush and tree and other varieties of forest obstacles they traversed, getting closer and closer to the sound of constant explosions. The ground was vibrating slightly under their feet, and they thought they heard someone counting. Hey, there's a clearing up ahead, whispered Ranma. Looks like there's a camp there too. Akan looked to where Ranma was pointing, and there was indeed a campsite, complete with a pile of wood where a fire would normally be, plus a pair of tents. Ranma, those tents look kind of familiar. You're right. I think I know who's here. Double quote asterisk what have we here? Wondered Rio as he crept along the forest with much stealth. A few feet away was something most surprising and alarming. Ryouga Hibiki. That was part of the surprising bit. It seemed he was performing the breaking point technique over and over, just as Rio had been doing a while back. The alarming part was what he was hearing from the Kwanji girl that was sitting nearby. 101. Asterisk boom asterisk 102. Asterisk boom asterisk 103. By the time Ryouga finally stopped, he'd reached 127 blasts. Clearly, much more than Rio had managed. He knew that Ryuga's endurance was rare. He just didn't realize how superior. Clearly, headbutting Ryouga would never be an option again. A mischievous smile crept on his face. Ryouga was here. With the Okonomiyaki girl. Now what can we do with this? Asterisk, how many did I do? Wondered Ryouga, staggering out of his self-medipate. 127, replied Yukayu. Pretty impressive, sugar. You okay? Just need a little rest. He wasted no time in collapsing to the ground in a tired heap. You sure you're okay? Asked Yukayu with some concern. I'm fine, really. Alright then. Guess I'll make lunch. Any requests? Okonomiyaki, no pork. Coming right up, P-chan. she replied with a smirk. Don't you start doing that, he said wearily. Ranma smirked as he watched the two. If he were more like his old man, he single quote be tempted to try and set those two up. Come to think of it, so should Akan, if she were. Hey, Ranma, maybe we should try to get those two a little closer. Okay, so she was like her father. I dunno, maybe later. A smile came to his face as he watched Yukaya cook up some okonomiyaki. Excuse me, Akan, I gotta go do something. Very right back. Double quote asterisk. Something was wrong. She could sense it. Yukaya peered into the forest, watching. Slowly, she lowered the okonomiyaki from her spatula and added it to the stack. She hadn't had this feeling in a long while, not since. She felt a breeze pass by and turned suddenly, to throwing spatula at the ready. A few floating leaves were the only evidence of anything passing by. And one of the okonomiyaki was missing. Oh. Yukaya pulled out her battle spatula and concentrated on her surroundings, hearing rustling grass, the birds flying by, waiting for her adversary to return. Alpha. Clang Zaya, Pukan. It was a scene from days past, from times long gone, and it still made her smile. One foot was raised, stopping the spatula from striking. One finger held the spinning okonomiyaki, and the face had an infectious smile. Ronshin, what brings you out here? Hello, Ranma, said Ryouga, without any enthusiasm. Just training for the tournament coming up. Just like you two, Ignis, said Ranma. Hey Akan, come on out. Hi guys, said Akan merrily, emerging from the forest. As she approached, Yukaya said quietly to Ranma, "Lem guess, you're starving." Ranma nodded. She's getting better, but still. Let her try more often, maybe she'll surprise you, said Yukaya encouragingly. Not that she really believed it, but still asterisk surprise, thought Rio. Shoto and fiancé were there to he watched them for an hour, but failed to see anything of interest, and decided to depart. There were schemes he had in mind for Kwanji and Ibiki. Maybe they wouldn't work, but they'd certainly cause a little confusion, and chaos was always fun. At the moment he was wandering through the forest and was surprised to find himself wildly disoriented. He was lost, the kind of lost that should happen only to a Hibiki. This wasn't right at all. The sun was already beginning to set and a mist was creeping through the forest. With only the moonlight to depend upon, it would be a dark walk back indeed. After another hour wandering, he was no longer worried, he was enraged. Trees were paying the price for being in his path and he bulldozed an ugly path through the woods. It was during a break in his mad destructive streak that he sensed it. A flicker of azure flame in these dark woods. He tried to forget the old tales of the forest, tried to push out the idea of something supernatural afoot, but there was that feeling he couldn't deny. Someone was watching. He shot off a key blast wordlessly to a branch above and was rewarded with falling leaves and a shadowy figure landing before him. Around its neck hung a chain, with something hanging on it that was barely flickering and getting dimmer as it approached him. "Who are you?" asked Ryo, spinning his umbrella in anticipation of an attack. In response, the shadowy figure took another step forward, raising some sort of weapon of its own. "Stay back!" Ryo snarled, charging his umbrella handle with ki. The upper figure tilted its head, as if curious. Then it raised its own weapon to its face, and charged it with a brilliant yellow ki. And Ryo saw who it was. He was looking at himself. "Shush, brother of mine, don't be so quick to panic," his other self said calmly. "I've only one brother, and you don't look like him," replied Ryouga. Again I ask, "Who are you?" "I am you," was the simple reply. "No. The doctors said I wouldn't be having this sort of problem. I single quote am all better now. You're not me." "No. Damn, we're getting hysterical. Calm down else we'll never get anything done, Alright. I am talking to myself. About time you accepted it. Well then, what do I want?" The other Ryo looked around nervously, as if expecting company. "I can only stay for so long, so listen carefully." Ryo nodded. "You want to get the Nanvan mirror, sometime in your future. It is very important. Nanvan mirror? Why? It's power that will take us places, brother of mine. Secondly, you must get rid of Ishido. He'll be a problem." "Ishido? Who is Ishido?" "You get to meet him." "Good. Waste no time in disposing of him when you do meet him. Understand?" "Not quite. Don't argue with me. I know what's good for us." Ryo never knew that episodes of delusion could be so vivid. He was talking to himself, as if he was to people. He'd be headed back to the sanitarium at this rate. The locket on his other's necklace began to flicker slightly. Its soul looked down at it and frowned. Seems he's followed me even here. Keep him busy, will you? I've chores to run." Ryo's twin strolled into the darkness, and with a link of azure flames disappeared. Mohashin. Ryo turned around, wondering what other products of his imagination were running around tonight, and found himself grabbed by his lapels by Sodom. But that couldn't be. He left Sodom back at the Hibikai campsite. In the dark, it was hard to tell, but the pigtail was a distinct giveaway. "Give it back!" Sodom yelled. "Now my delusions are threatening me," grumbled Ryo. "I'm not in the mood to argue with you anymore. Give it back! ! Sodom flung him violently into a tree, damaging it mildly. Mohashin was less damaged, but far more irate. "Right then, that's it. You die! ! "Well, have a seat and enjoy," said Yukaio as they sat around the campfire. Ranma and Akan were rather stunned at the variety of dishes that were laid out before them. "Hey," whispered Ranma to Ryouga, "what's with the food?" "Leftovers from yesterday," said Ryouga, equally as quiet. "That ain't what I mean," hissed Ranma. "Then what do you mean? This ain't okonomiyaki." "Oh," said Ryouga. She just cooked it yesterday. Said she wanted to expand her skills. Don't ask me why." Ranma's grin became wider and he elbowed Ryuga a bit. "Hey, I think she's cooking just for you. Hey. Shut up or anime. Asterisk clang asterisk asterisk WHAP asterisk. What are you two fighting about now?" yelled Akan, pulling her mullet away. "Stop picking on Ryuga, Ranma, and don't hit Ranshin, idiot." Both men rubbed their heads, wincing, and gave a brief glare to the woman. "Violent maniacs," they both muttered. Asterisk clang asterisk asterisk WHAP asterisk. A few less painful minutes later, the four were once more at ease, and warming themselves up with mugs of hot tea. They were generally talking of school, and people, and a little about martial arts. "By the way," said Ranma, "why aren't you after that Ryouga like they're after me?" "Ryouga? What?" "I mean, knowing your bad temper and obsessive habits." "I do not have a bad temper and I am not obsessive." "You haven't been running around rampagging after Mahashin, really?" "Yeah, that's true," said Yukayu. "Why haven't you settled things?" With a scowl, Ryuga answered, "First of all, I still don't know what's so mad about." "So ask him," suggested Ranma. "I did. He refused to answer." "Oh. And then, I don't even know where to find him," finished Ryuga. "Why don't you ask Ryoko?" suggested Ranma. "She's his brother, right? And she's always hanging by your side." He didn't miss Ryuga's facet, turning slightly pale, his quick glance towards Yukayu, or her slightly irritated look. Yeah, didn't think about that." Said Ryuga nervously. This was followed, of course, by a few minutes of uncomfortable silence. It was broken, surprisingly, by Yukayu. "Oh, by the way," said Yukayu, "you'll never guess who Ryuga ran into a few months back." "HM? Who?" wondered Ranma. "You'll kill him once you find out," said Yukayu. "What?" said Ryuga. "Why'd he want to do that?" "Well, who'd he meet?" wondered Ranma. "Lost Boy here met Ryu, the Street Fighter champ, _Ryu_, and didn't get an autograph," said Yukayu. "Can you believe it? The four of them were sitting around a campfire, eating some of Yukayu's okonomiyaki specials. Oh man, a good opportunity wasted," said Ranma, shaking his head in disgust. "I said I had amnesia at the time, didn't I?" said Ryuga. "And where's the salt?" "Who else was there?" wondered Ranma. "Maybe Ken Masters was around." "Here's the salt." "Who's Ken Masters?" wondered Ryuga. "Ooh, Ken's a cute one," said Yukayu. "Too bad he's married." "And what?" I didn't add enough salt. Yeah, he's a hunk, giggled Can. And no, I think you added enough salt. Hey! Yelled Ranma. Who is Ken Masters? Repeated Ryouga. And I just like my okonomiyaki saltire. That's all. The blonde Bayan, his style is the same as Ryu's. Come on, you ought to remember. Oh yeah. Ryuga's face turned from one of thought to that of embarrassment. Oh yeah, he was there too. Everyone groaned and shook their heads. Could have had the autograph of Ryu and Ken, lamented Ranma. Man, good company is just wasted on you. Next thing you're gonna tell us is that you got into a Jackie Chan film. Well actually, said Ryuga. He saw the collective glares and quickly said, just kidding. Just kidding. Somebody pass me a megavolt cola. Asterisk meanwhile, back in Hong Kong. Hey, look at this, said one of the editors, pointing to a figure on the screen. Look at what? His company editor said. Check it out. After Jackie leaps from the exploding building right there. See it? Is that a guy walking out of the explosion? Jeez, man, that's impossible. Double quote asterisk. Some days were just impossible to get by without things getting ugly, thought Rio. This seemed to be one of them. He was now thoroughly disoriented, a tad sore, very grouchy, and utterly baffled. Maybe these woods were haunted. The battle was fast, furious, and confusing in the dark. He landed some solid blows and received some as well. He felt he could have won it if it weren't for the cliff. At some point, they'd fallen over a not-so-high cliff, and unfortunately for Rio, he was the one to land on the bottom first, questioning Sodom single quote S fall. Stunned badly after that little landing, and all the other exercises he'd done earlier in the day didn't help either. He passed out for an unknown amount of time. The last thing happened was Sodom getting up, then darkness. When he regained consciousness he was alone, with no sign of O'Neill's having ever been there. What the hell was that about? He supposed he'd better visit his therapist again. Becoming mentally illumined once more, especially so soon to the date of the tournament, would not do. That couldn't have been Sodom either. Something wasn't right. The watch was somehow different, the manner not quite the same either. Mostly, it was his gut feeling that whatever it was he faced wasn't Ranma. Strange days, these are. Haunted forests indeed. Now which way was his campsite? He wasn't entirely sure where to go, but he saw fire and smoke in the distance. Someone out there had a campfire going. The night seemed full of surprises tonight, and he didn't care to be on the receiving end of any more of them. Well, that was a surprise, said Yukayu, humming as she cleaned up some of the dishes in the river, part of the mess left behind by Ranma and Can. The two had left them after dinner, not wanting to spoil the mood, said Ranma and Can with a link. Ryouga was clueless as to what that meant, while Yukayu insisted that those two were being silly. I wonder if it was just a coincidence, said Ryouga suspiciously as they straightened out their campsite. He's probably here to spy on me. My, isn't someone's ego getting a bit large, HMM? Teased Yukayu. I do not have a big ego. Not as big as his anyways. Oh, give it a rest already, mister. Take my bread and die. So, Ryouga scowled in the manner that just happened to get on Yukayu's nerves. Something would have to be done to humble the guy. As Ryouga came towards her with more dishes to be washed, she turned towards him and ripped her shirt open, sending some buttons flying. Ryouga promptly flew off her, nose spraying blood, and passed out on the spot. Of course, nothing was really shown, since she had a t-shirt underneath. She woke Ryouga up with her laughter, and brutally teased him about it. You're a spring-ground girl victim and you still can't handle that sort of thing? She marveled. Ryouga merely blushed and grumbled irritably. You're probably the only guy I know who got a nosebleed when he looked at herself in the shower. Don't remind me. Unseen by either of them, a pair of eyes watched over them from the treetops. Ryouga had found himself at their campsite once more, and couldn't resist meddling with them a bit before leaving. If he could get those two together, his idiotic sister wouldn't damn their genetic lineage and family lineage by mating with Ryouga. To be honest, it wasn't about genetics at all, but when Ryo ranted on a topic, even in his head, he'd pick out the oddest things to gripe about. Mostly, it was the concept of Ryouga as an in-law that horrified him. Of course, he had absolutely no experience when it came to matchmaking. However, he'd seen enough television to try a few gimmicks. They might be lame, but maybe, just maybe they'd work. First off, the flower bit. He'd have to wait a bit before trying that combo. As Yukayu tossed and turned in her cot, she thought she heard something fleeing through the air. Sitting up quickly, she reached for a set-off throwing spatula and looked around. Nothing. Then she noticed the single flower at the side of her bed. That certainly wasn't there before. But who'd put it there? Ranshin? You out there? She whispered. It was the first thing she thought, but she knew it wasn't likely. Still, there was a possibility and it made her nervous. After a few seconds of silence, she knew that there was only her and Ryouga here. So it had to be. Ryouga? Ryouga? You awake? She hissed to him. The lost boy didn't respond. Either he really was asleep or he was just afraid to talk to her. Shut out. Yukayu took a moment to examine the flower and sighed. Amazing how such a little thing could cause her to feel so nervous. She sighed, looked at Ryouga, and wondered what he was thinking. Thanks, whispered. If you gave this to me, I mean. Ryouga continued to sleep in blissful ignorance of what had just happened. A few minutes later, Yukayu joined him in unconsciousness. It wasn't what he'd hoped would happen, but then again few things ever went according to plan these days. What was that look he saw on her face? Wondered Ryo. It wasn't one of happiness, he thought. It looked more like apprehension. No, that wasn't what he was aiming for. Well, Now for the next idea. Actually, there was no next idea. He was out of romantic strategies, and had not a clue as to what to do next. So, with all his options gone, he just did what came naturally. A few minutes later he had Yukai elucidated thanks to the miracle of Shiatsu points gagged and bound, and had learned that Ryouga was a surprisingly deep sleeper. Of course, now was a perfect time to kill him. It was tempting, the opportunity to eliminate him as he slept. But no, it wouldn't be satisfying, not as satisfying as humiliating him in front of an audience at the tournament. No, Ryouga could wait. It was a little more than a month until the tournament. He could wait that much, bide his time, perfect his skills. He'd show them all who's better. A part of him whined about passing the opportunity by, but he tried to ignore it. It wasn't easy. With Okonomiyaki chef slung over shoulder and ransom note left in place, he was about to stomp off into the night when he realized there was a very fundamental problem that needed to be addressed. Ryouga. More precisely, his utter lack of a sense of direction. Leaving a note saying I've got your friend so meet me at etc. would be utterly useless, especially when it might take him 5 days to get there. How to solve this problem? Sunday morning. Ryouga woke up the next morning to the absence of the sound of okonomiyaki grilling. It was enough to make him aware that something was very wrong. He rose, stretched, and called out, "Yukai, where are you?" There was, as he looked around the campsite, an utter lack of cleanliness in the area. Then he noticed the small black umbrella lying on her sleeping bag. As he picked it up, the mini umbrella popped open and a small piece of paper unfurled itself. "What's this?" Hibiki, "I have your dearest Miss Kwanji in my possession. Should you wish to reclaim her, follow the trail of fallen trees." Sure enough, there was a line of trees plowed down leading into the forest. Attached to the first tree was yet another note. It read, "If you can't follow this trail, you're twice the idiot I thought you were." Yukai fumed and squirmed, trying to get out of her bonds. She was never a hostage, and didn't intend to start being one now. It was all terribly lame to her, being the damsel in distress. She wanted no part of it, seeing it as ridiculously sexist and stereotypical. "Put me down, you jackass!" she bellowed. "Okay," said Rio, pausing to think about the request. "Your cooking is wretched." "What?" Rio frowned and tilted his head towards her. "You wanted me to put you down, yes? Ha ha. Very funny." In the distance, the sound of trees falling and occasional curses stood. Yukai and Rio looked into the forest, trying to see the source of the noise. "That," said Rio, "would be your hero to the rescue. Time to put the gun back on." "Hey! No! Don't you dare shush woman," chided Rio, securing the gag on her. "Take my advice, just shut up and listen. Now where'd I put that rope?" Ryouga blazed through the forest, occasionally knocking over a tree while following a path of knocked down trees. He was feeling angry, frustrated, and scared, which, a year ago, was almost normal for him. How dare he kidnap Yukayu? He burst out of the forest into a clearing, then plowed on through deeper into the woods. Ryo peered into the forest and sighed. It almost worked. Almost. Sneering and muttering curses, he strolled to a freshly made clearing, where, in the distance, Ryouga ever onwards, past the clearing, and into the forest. Idiot. Over here. Ryouga stopped, blinked, and turned around. A few yards behind him, Ryo was waiting, tapping his foot impatiently. You! Roared Ryouga. Idiot! Spat Ryo. Give her back! Yelled Hibiki as he stomped over to his enemy. Ooh! But why? Wondered Ryo as he stepped back into the clearing while Ryouga entered. He grinned briefly, glancing up at Yukayu, who walked again down and rope high above, but definitely within hearing range. He could see her glaring at him from high above, where she swayed with the breeze, held high by a single rope. Why should I? Because she's your lover, northeast? Right. Wait. No. Ryouga wasn't expecting this sort of treatment. He was feeling embarrassed and enraged and not a little confused. She's your girlfriend, right? No. She isn't. Come now, said Ryo, strolling around casually while twirling his umbrella. You sleep in her house, you work under her orders. You rushed our rescue. On one hand, I'm a magnificent liar. You, on the other hand, Arino. Tell me now, tell me now you don't have any romantic feelings towards Miss Kwanji. Be honest, and I set her free. Easy. Yes? Asked Ryo in a mocking voice. Ryouga looked to the ground, a scowl making itself almost permanent on his face. From high above, Yukayu stopped her struggles and watched as the scene unfolded. Ryo tapped his foot impatiently. How I feel about her, said Ryouga quietly. Yes? How you feel about her? Asked Ryo impatiently. Is none of your business. If you ever hurt her, I'll kill you. Ryouga suddenly lunged at Ryo, who managed to duck out of the way. That tree behind him, however, shattered at the trunk under the impact. A rope headed to the base of the tree unraveled, and suddenly Ryouga felt something strike him on the head and make a sound not entirely unlike that of really hard objects hitting. Ryo sighed and retreated into the forest. The plan clearly failed. Asakayu slid off of Ryuga's forehead, badly dazed. There was nothing more yet to do, and thus it was time to leave. Adieu, lovebirds, see you later. He bowed slightly, then disappeared into the forest, shaking his head sadly. Maybe he should have just killed Ryuga in his sleep anyways. Meanwhile, Ryuga untied Yukayu from her bonds quickly, looking very worried. Yukayu, are you okay? Ugh, I got a headache. She scowled, rubbed her head, then took a moment to whop Ryouga. "What you do that for?" yelled Ryouga. "For having such a hard head, you jerk." Double quote asterisk much later. Yukio looked out from the train window and sighed. It was a long day, she was tired, and after being rescued in the morning there was an odd sort of tension between her and Ryuga. They'd agreed that it'd be best to take the train back, just to make sure they got back to Ukins with time to spare. After all, tomorrow was a school day. Still, there was something hanging in the air between the two, and neither knew exactly what to say. "Hey, Ryuga," said Yukio absently, staring out at the window. "HM?" Ryuga looked up from the newspaper he was reading, clearly a little nervous. "Earlier today, when Rio asked, I mean, what were you I was, never mind." She sighed and looked out the window. "It's not important." "You sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure." The train rattled onwards, passing mountains, houses, and fields in the never-ending stretch. Ryuga sighed, having finished the comics section. The news and sports seemed incredibly boring. He was terribly aware of the guy next to him, and the odd silence that hung between them. And he didn't know what to say to her, or why. "Hey, Ryuga," said Yukio softly. "HM?" She gave his hand a light squeeze and smiled slightly. "Hey, thanks for running to my rescue. I'd, any time." At that moment, with her hand in his, Ryuga's heart was racing, and suddenly he found himself wanting to tell her how much she meant to him, how much he'd do for her, how he'd never leave her side. He didn't know exactly what he'd say, mainly because he wasn't entirely sure of what he was feeling. It was exhilarating and frightening all at the same time, being there with her, holding her hand on a starlit night, crossing Japan by train. The moment felt too strong to say nothing. Yukio wondered why, exactly, Ryuga wasn't letting go of her hand. It was beginning to make her rather nervous. "Hey, Ryuga, hello, you can let go of my hand now." "Earth to Ryuga." He held her hand firmly and looked right in her eyes. His blood racking, heart pounding, his throat incredibly dry. "And I, Ryuga, Hibiki. I shall smite thee." Yukio blinked. Ryuga blinked. Kuma whacked him. Asterisk crash asterisk. Rio blinked. He put down his drink, lowered his newspaper, and looked out from his personal cabin. He couldn't see very well in the dark, but it seemed something was falling off of the train. TSK. It had better not be his luggage, he thought, else there would be a bill to pay when this trip was over. He yawned, turned away from the window, and resumed reading through his newspaper undisturbed. A few minutes later Yukio stood up, looked down through the broken window and sighed as she watched Kuno, Ryuga, and various Kendus stumble down to the river below. It seemed nothing was going right on this day. How were they to know? Thought Kuno and the Kendo team would be on the same train, returning from original tournament. Just bad luck, she guessed. She strained to keep fear in view as the train traveled past, relieved to see that Ryouga was backing his now way to shore, and Kuno, unconscious, floating downstream. She briefly thought about jumping out of the train and making her way to Ryouga, but then realized that by the time she made her way to the riverside below, Ryouga might be in Beijing or even Australia. No comment single quote be better to let him find his way. He'll come back to me, she thought. He always does. Hyphen part 3 hyphen http://www.adobe.edu/tilde/rpm/fanfic.htm == The Pursuit of Happiness Act 1 Part 4 Circle of Friends or a Korean Furankan Land Class, we have a new student. This is a Korean Ryu. A girl in the Furankan high school uniform stepped into the room, brushing her long black hair back nervously. She gave a small smile to the classroom and said a quiet, "Hi, Miss Ryu. Have a seat over there." The women glared at the men, who were looking at Akari like wolves would look at a sheep. She was new, rather innocent looking, and probably unattached. Usually, pretty new students in Furankan were somehow linked to martial artists in dangerous ways, and it'd be aggressing if this one wasn't. Akari took a seat next to Yukayu, near Akan, and right in front of Hiroshi and Daisuke. "Hi there, I'm Hiroshi. And I'm Daisuke. Nice to meet ya," they both said. Hi," she replied, smiling. "You dating anyone?" asked Hiroshi bluntly. "Guys, I think you're getting a little too personal," said Yukayu. "Yeah, you pervert," said Yuka, accentuating the point with a swift buckwop to his head. "Hi, I'm Akan," said the Tendo girl. "If you need any help getting goods to this place, don't be afraid to ask any of us." "Thanks," she said, smiling demurely. It wasn't bad so far, being schooled here. The boys were nice, although a little funny. The sight which Tatewaki Kuno beheld in this daylight time was only of unspeakable horror. He had sent his manservant, the good Susuke, on an errand to retrieve for him a lunch worthy of someone of his high social status. However, today he had an appetite for something exotic, something different. "Susuke, get me something foreign," spoke Kuno. "Foreign?" wondered Susuke. The loyal servant merely shrugged and went off to his task, to find something foreign for his master. 15 minutes into lunch, the noble Kuno was wondering whether his foreign meal. With that query in mind, he stomped around playgrounds of Furankan until he stumbled upon the horror of horrors. It was an ogre. The frame it sported was incredibly massive, causing even the Gret Kuno to step back in trepidation. It also wore the guise of a big but Tatewaki Kuno was not fooled. No, a true pig of this earth would not grow to such a blasphemous size, would it? And it was sitting on Susuke. "Master," whimpered Kuno's loyal servant. Good Lord! Cried Kuno. My manservant hath been squatted upon by an ogre. Then he noticed something else, and it dares to feast on my lunch as well, roared Kuno. Tagpathy, fiend! With a swing of his legendary blade, Kuno struck at the beast, and the most unpleasant thing happened. CHOMP, arg! Foul demon! Cease thy biting of my blade. GRUNT, dare you, grunt enemy. Malevolent spawn of evil. Prepare Toady. Bringing forth his backup legendary blade, he swung again, this time smiting the creature on the snout. It was not amused. Asterisk lunchtime in Furinkin had social dynamics, just as any large grouping of humans did. Bullies patrolled the fringes, preying on Tvik. A frenzied pack was around the food distribution points, searching for the ever so elusive and legendary perfect sandwich. Tables and shady spots under trees were quickly claimed by varying factions and circles. One particular circle was welcoming a new member into its fold. So, moved here from the countryside? Asked Yuka. Yes, just recently, said Akarai. So, how do you like it round here? Asked Yuka. It's great. There's so much to see and do here, said Akarai, bubbling with enthusiasm. It's been fun so far. Their talk was interrupted as everyone heard a loud yell from above. They looked up to see Tatewaki Kuno being hurled across the ski, landing in the Furinkin pool. Said Akarai, pointing towards Blue Thunder's general direction. Oh, that, said Yukayu. That's Tatewaki Kuno, local kendo champion. Gets tossed around like that all the time. All the time? Wondered Akarai. Yeah, but you get used to it, said Akan. Don't mean to get too personal, Akarai, said Yuka, but are you out-hunting someone? She was quickly elbowed by Sayuri and Yukayu. Thought it was a rather inappropriate thing to ask. Well, no, said Akarai. At least, not yet. Looking for someone? Wondered Manami. Well, sort of. Ooh, really? Said Nebiki. For a small service fee, I might be able to find someone that'll match your description. Well, it'd be nice if he was a gentlemanly, kind, loyal man, sighed Akarai, sighing. Aren't we all wishing for that? Said Sayuri. And of course, he has to be strong enough to beat Katsunishiki. Who's that? Your ex? Big brother? Asked Yukayu. My pet big, said Akarai proudly. The girls blinked. How hard could that be? Wondered Akan. From several meters away, they heard a deep, loud grunt. They all turned to see the very top of some thing peeking over a brick section of fence on the edge of the courtyard. Katsunishiki, yelled Akarai, frowning. The thing grunted in reply. I told you to wait at the front gates for me. Now go back. The large thing behind the fence slumped down and out of sight, then could be heard slowly trotting away, shaking the earth his head trotted. You noticed an irate and soggy blue thunder chase after it with his backup legendary blade. That was Katsunishiki? Asked an alarmed Yukayu. Millimeters HM. He's the best sumo big the Ryu Ranch has ever product, said Akurai with a certain glint of pride in her eye. Ah, sumo big? Asked Manami. Sumo big, said Yuka. Now I've heard everything. Why? Asked Yukayu. Does your boyfriend have to be strong enough to beat that? That really big? It's grandfather's wish, said Akurai. My husband and I will be the heirs to the Ryu estate, including the Sumo Big Ranch. A bit of a distance away, Ranma, Hiroshi, Daisuke, and Ryouga walked past. Hi Akurai! Yelled Hiroshi and Daisuke. Akurai smiled and waved back while Sayuri and Yuka stuck their tongues out at the boys. Sorry, we ought to let Hiroshi and Daisuke try to. Date Akurai, double quote, said Sayuri. She had a particularly wicked gleam in her eye. But then they'd have to, said Akan, just before realization on her. Ooh, that's evil, she said, giggling. I hope I'll catch up to things easily, said Akurai. It'll be hard, since I wasn't here for the start of the semester. Hey, we'll help you out, said Akan. We're gonna have a study group tonight at my house. Wanna come? Who? Me? Said Akurai shyly. If it's okay with everyone else. Hey, sure, no problem with me, said Yuka. Wouldn't mind at all, said Yukayu. Asterisk meanwhile, at the sandwich counter, another round of sandwiches were being readied to be tossed to the crowds. The usual pull-off sharks circled around, waiting for that elusive perfect sandwich. Off to the side, Hiroshi, Daisuke, Ranma and Ryouga watched. Hiroshi and Daisuke were great fans of rough contact sports, and sandwich grabbing was included. They looked at the crowd getting ready, and evaluated odds. Fuji was on a hot streak this week, averaging a sandwich for every 2 attempts made. Right on his tail, Ryuji was averaging 1 for every 3, but he'd been improving dramatically from 1 every 10 at the start-off week to the point at which he was now. Mathematical models suggest he'd take the top spot today. Of course, the new contender from the sumo club, Yojimbo, aerially big fellow, was a bit of an X-factor. He had bulk and knew how to use it in his favor. Last week he managed to pull off some rather impressive sandwich catches, mainly due to his massive girth blocking the competition out of the way. The addition of Rodumanu, the leading rebounder for the Furenkan High basketball team and a known user of dirty tactics, added to the possibility of an upset. Ryouga wasn't thinking of much, just studying a map of Furenkan in hopes that one day he'd be able to walk around without getting lost. Ranma's thoughts were going in other directions. Less than man, I'm still a little hungry. Greater than the first sandwich went out. Fuji and Ryuji jumped for it. It fumbled from their fingers and landed in the frenzied masses of students below. Less than maybe who can cook something up. None. That'd get Akaneji loose, even if she knows Ook ain't chasing me anymore. Greater than the second sandwich flung out in the air. It was seaweed. Nobody jumped, and it landed with a sad little asterisk thwop asterisk on the floor. Less than times like this I miss the free Raymond shampoo brought around. Wonder how she's doing back in China. Hair probably beating through the ground. Greater than another sandwich flew out. Fuji and Ryuji jumped, but they were elbowed aside by Rodumanu, who managed to snag the sandwich after tipping it up in the air several times. Ryuga seemed a little uncomfortable, as if something was bothering him. Ranma continued mulling while Ryuga glanced at the sandwich stand in moderately deep thought. Less than wished Akan didn't make lunch today. Oh well. At least she's getting a little better. A little underscore dot greater than a curry bread sandwich flew in the air. Rodumanu jumped for it, but didn't see Yojimbo's book, which he immediately ran into. Ryuji springboarded off of Rodumanu's head and snared the sandwich. As the next sandwich was held up, the crowd gasped. It was the right shape, the right form, the right fold on the paper. It was the perfect sandwich. Everyone jumped as best as they could as it took flight. Ryuji and Fuji elevated above the others, while Rodumanu and Yojimbo cleared a path using their own natural stunts. Less than HRM. Maybe a sandwich will settle my stomach down. Greater than as quick as a blink. Ranma sprang high above everyone and grabbed at the sandwich. He felt his foot bonk on something, but ignored that sensation. After all, it was crowded. Lots of body contact was bound to happen. He landed, pleased that he hadn't lost his touch, and began happily munching on the sandwich. Less than HRM. Good sandwich. Lots of pork and beef. Greater than or anime. Sodom blinked. WRFFUFNMD. He asked with his mouth full. Then he turned around to see an irate Ryuga, with a footprint in his face. You did it again, bellowed the irate Hibiki. So that was what he bumped into while jumping. Oh my. Asterisk gulp asterisk oops. Sorry, man. Want the rest of it? Hiroshi sighed. So this is how it started for those two? Huh? Guy. Or anime. Amazing, isn't it? Said Daisuke. Dog, come on, man. It's just a sandwich. Yelled Ranma as he dodged Ryuga's onslaught. Feels like a time warp, doesn't it? Asked Daisuke. How much property damage you figure we'll get today? Asked Hiroshi. Shut up and fight. Bellowed Ryuga, chasing after Ranma. Oh. Let's see, said Daisuke. A few walls, at least 6 windows, 1 parked car. Maybe a tree. Asterisk the Tendo Dojo. Nightfall for 3 solid hours. Akan, Yukayu, Sayuri, Manami, Yuka, and Akurai were doing what could honestly be called a study session, sitting around various parts of the Tendo Dojo. After the 3rd hour, boredom overcame determination. Need a break. yelled Sayuri. Definitely a good idea, said Yukayu, stretching. I'm a little hungry, said Akan. Any of you guys want something to eat? Soda'd be nice. Got any chips? How about cookies? So that's everything but dinner, said Akan with a joking grin. Okay, I'll be back in a second. A minute later the girls were in full relaxation mode, talking, eating, and even getting a poker game started. It would have been a nice, relaxing sort of atmosphere. It almost was. Die. Or anime. Asterisk wham asterisk come on, Ryouga, at the best you can do. Fuck. Akan and Yukayu frowned. Sayuri and Yuka rolled their eyes up. Nanami smiled. Hikarai was rather puzzled. I think there's a fight going on outside, said Hikarai with much concern. I know, believe me I know, said Yukayu, grabbing her battle spatula. Come on, Akan, let's cool the boys down. The other girls followed as Akan and Yukayu out to the backyard where two boys were swinging at each other and managing to miss making it all look rather skillful. Ranma, stop picking on Ryouga, yelled Akan. Ryouga, cut that out now, shouted Yukayu. Both boys froze, very much like the sun didn't. Dog, come on Akan. We were just having fun, protested Ranma. What do you interrupt for? Ryouga asked Yukayu. I almost aim. Yukayu snorted. Yeah, right. Who are these people? Asked Hikarai quietly. The one in the pigtail is Ranma Sodom, whispered Yuka, and the one with the bandana is Ryouga Hibiki. Hibiki? I've heard about him, said Hikarai. This caused Sayuri, Nanami, and Yuka's eyebrows to raise a bit. They were distracted enough not to notice Akan giving the boys the ultimate chastisement attack. Oh? What do you hear? Asked Sayuri. He's the boyfriend of one of my company workers, said Hikarai. I didn't know he was dating someone, did you? Asked Sayuri. Not me, said Yuka. Nanami quietly looked away. Nobody noticed as a glass of water nearby began to ripple with movement. There was a low sort of rumble, kind of like distant thunder, but it was too low to be heard by them. So, you hear anything else? Asked Yuka. In the distance, people screamed and car horns honked. That's all, really, said Hikarai. There was a grunt. It was a really loud, low, bestial sort of grunt. It was menacing enough to make Ranma and Akan stop bickering. What was that? Asked Ranma. I don't know, said Akan, looking around carefully. The hair in the back of Ryuga's neck began to stand. There was a menace nearby. He could feel it. Suddenly, a part of the brick fence shattered. In the moonlight, only a dark massive form could be seen, rushing towards them at a speed remarkable for something of its massive girth. What happened next said a lot about the people who were there. Unfortunately, nobody appreciated the symbolism. Nanami, Sayuri, and Yuka immediately retreated to the dojo. Hikarai yelled, Katsunishiki, no. Ranma immediately took Akan into his arms and leapt for the roof. Ryouga, in several quick and smooth motions, stepped in front of Fukayu, pulled out his umbrella, and nailed the creature right on its skull, causing it to collapse immediately. After a tense moment where nobody moved, Ryuga slowly stepped forward to examine the beast. It's a pig, said an astonished Yukayu. A really big pig. He beat Katsunishiki, said Akari in a hushed tone. All the girls' jaws dropped. The equation she laid out before was, after all, very simple. Beat the pig, win her love. It all seems so. So ran most of them. Manami in particular seemed rather distressed, frowning and biting her lip. Meanwhile, Yukayu had an odd sort of look on her face. This doesn't mean what I think it means, does it? Askiduka. Akari smiled, with just a little melancholy. He's cute. Buffy's already with someone. She de-escaped and tended to the large big kama, stroking its head tenderly. Oh Katsunishiki, why can't you behave yourself? Amazingly, nobody noticed as Yukayu and Manami sighed in relief. What's everyone looking so weird about? Wondered Ryuga. Nobody answered him. Meanwhile, up in the tree, still with Akan in his arms, Ranma was puzzled about things. Hey, Akan, what was everyone looking so tense about? She told him. Beat the pig, win her hand in marriage. Man, I've heard it all, Noof, said Ranma. Good thing she isn't as obsessed as Shampakamaha. Ranma dropped to the ground gracefully with Akan in his arms, landing as well as any martial artist with a fiancé in his arms could hope to land. Hi there, said Ranma. Don't think we introduced ourselves. I'm Ranma Sodom and this, he said, nudging a still somewhat confused Ryuga, is Ryuga Hibiki. Hi, said Ryuga. Sorry about your, pig. It's alright, said Akari, still tending to her pig. He just likes to fight all the time. Without much further disturbance, the boys went off to clean up after a full day's worth of fighting while the girls resumed their talk, smacking, and general gossip. Akari strolled home happily, humming a little tune. The day went well. School was fun, especially since she managed to make so many friends so quickly. Things in general were looking up for the last time Ryu. As they walked across a badly lit street, disturbingly quiet and with no people in sight, Akari began to feel a chill run down her spine. Someone was there, watching her. Katsunishiki grunted angrily, stepping in front of his mistress to protect her. In the dark there was a hint of movement. The pig charged, disappearing into the night. Katsunishiki, don't leave me, cried Akari. She stepped back in fright as she saw a brief flicker of light, heard the sound of flesh and bone being struck, and felt the ground shudder as Katsunishiki fell to the ground. Who's there? She asked fearfully. From the edge of the shadows a figure stepped forward. She couldn't see any of his features clearly at all, only that he had a briefcase. Hello there, said the refined voice, You shouldn't walk around here alone at night. You never know who you'll meet here. W. Good night, said the figure. He stepped back and disappeared into the night. Hikarai quickly rushed to Katsunishiki's side and roused Inzan-sai to his big cute feet. Come on, said Hikarai urgently. Let's go home. Asterisk from high above the streets, peering down from a rooftop, Ryo sighed with a cat-like grin. Oh, look at her run, he said quietly. I do think I scared her. He turned away, briefly opening his briefcase to check on the contents within, then resumed hopping from rooftop to rooftop. Must be getting soft, he muttered. Didn't even threaten to rob the girl. Shame on you, Ryo. The error was rectified a few blocks later by way of robbing and bludgeoning a street mime. Ryo felt much better after that. Asterisk Hikarai and Big walked further, through crowded streets and empty passages, realizing just now exactly how long of a walk it was from the Furankan area to their apartment. After that incident, Hikarai was anxious to go home. H. Someone bellowed. Hikarai shrieked in surprise. Katsunishiki grunted in annoyance. He knew that voice. Foul beast that consumed my legendary blade. All shall be sent back to the very pits of hell that thou hadst emerged from by Manio for legendary blade, which shall avenge its brother lost in battle and smite thee with a force guided by the vengeance of heaven. The pig grunted, impressed. That was an awfully long sentence. Tatewaki Kuno appeared, high in the air with one of his many legendary blades, bearing down on Katsunishiki's head. Hikarai stepped aside, waiting to see the result. Katsunishiki looked up at the rapidly descending Kuno, and swallowed him. Not entirely, but almost. The legendary legs of the blue thunder flailed around furiously, still protruding from Katsunishiki's massive maw. Hikarai shrieked in alarm. He'd bitten people before, but swallowed Katsunishiki. Don't. She cried. Bad boys. Spit him out. Spit. The pig didn't seem to notice her as it tried its first experimental chew. Then suddenly, there were a multitude of muffled single quote data single quote s accompanied by Katsunishiki's eyes bulging in discomfort. It quickly spat Kuno out, sending him flying into a wall, impacting with a thunderous boom. Asterisk hack asterisk cough asterisk by a leader of man. Now thou knowest better than to feast upon one such as I, Tatewaki Kuno, blue thunder of Furankan, proudly proclaimed Kuno, managing to strike a bold pose of emphasis. He was covered, head to toe, in pig slobber. Katsunishiki, apologize right now, demanded Hikarai. The pig gave her a look of disbelief, then seemed to sigh as it saw she was serious. It gave a polite bow to Kuno, although it still seemed irritated. The creature doth submit to the forces of virtue, said Kuno proudly. And you? He asked Hikarai, who might you be, fair damsel that bringeth a gentle demeanor to even this, the most violent of creatures? Hikarai and Ryu, she replied. Are you okay? Am I well? Fa. I have never been better. Did you fear that this fierce creature actually had managed to do true bodily harm to Ikamatake Kuno, heir to the great and noble house of Kuno? Worry not, fair maiden. It takes more than such a creature to injure Blue Hunter. Hikarai giggled. This guy was funny. Katsunishiki just couldn't take it anymore. After all, even pigs had their pride. With a quick grunt he headbutted Kuno into a nearby tunnel. Oh Katsunishiki, that was rude. Chided Hikarai. He was a nice boy. Although a little weird. He could have walked us home. Asterisk grunt asterisk, he wasn't underscore that underscore bad. Now was he? Asterisk snort asterisk, Katsunishiki. Now you're being picky. Asterisk snort asterisk END Part 4 equals The Pursuit of Happiness Act 1 Part 5 A Night Out Bills, junk. Yukayu frowned as she sorted through the day's mail. Nearby, Ryouga was cleaning off the tables as Ukens was preparing to close its doors. Hey, said Yukayu, what's this? She held up a postcard and read it. Ryouga, a few feet away, looked at the postcard as if it was familiar. Oh, that, he said. So, you were in Tahiti last week? Asked Yukayu. Well, yeah, replied an embarrassed Ryouga. At least I got back before the postcard got here, right? Yukayu laughed. Yeah, good point. She put aside the postcard, planning to add it to the others that Ryouga occasionally sent when I got lost, and continued looking through the mail. Hey, could this be? She opened an envelope, pulled out some papers, and gave out a paper. All right. Got him. Got what? Yukayu dramatically held out 2 slips of paper. These, she said proudly. And those are free movie passes. Won them from a lottery contest at the local theater. Oh, that's nice. So what are you going to go watch? Asked Ryouga. We are gonna watch Ghost in the Shell. We? Wondered Ryouga. Why we? Because I've got 2 tickets, and I'd feel ridiculous going to a movie alone. So, are you coming or aren't you? Managed Ryouga, taken by surprise by the offer. Yeah, sure. Why not? So, come on. Let's get out of here, said Yukayu, still in a pleasant mood. Then she noticed the odd look Ryouga was giving her. What? You seem to be really enthusiastic about just getting to free tickets. Yeah, 'cause they were free. You're really Nabiki's long-lost sister, right? Asterisk clang Rio stared at the ceiling of his apartment. He was bored. His little sister, Kyoko, hovered nearby, twirling her scissors. Haircut? She asked idly. What did I say last time? Asked Rio flatly. No. Correct. I'm bored. Whined Kyoko. Go play with Conrin-Rin-san's dog. Conrin-Rin-san took him to the vet. Whined Kyoko. Go bug the Ronin upstairs. Everyone else does. He smiled. How about the neighbor's child? Room 1, suggested Rio. He scrolls. Rio sighed. Come along, then. Kyoko blinked. HM? Where we going? Just taking a walk. Asterisk in a dark movie theater. Two young people were sitting there, trying to sort out exactly what they were watching. There were also matters to take care of. Asterisk WHAT asterisk, wake up, dummy. Snap out of it. Ryouga woke up, feeling a little lightheaded. What? You gonna pass out every time they show a naked body? Yukaiu sighed and rolled her eyes briefly, then started wiping off the blood that came out from Ryuga's nose. It's just an online. Geez, you're a mess. Hey, I can do this myself. Ryuga scowled, grabbed the paper napkin from Yukaiu and started cleaning himself up. What a wimp, muttered Yukaiu. Asterisk sitting in the park bench, Rio looked over his umbrella for a lack of anything else to do. Nearby, Kyoko was whirling around the playground in a frenzy, enjoying herself immensely, swinging on swings, sliding on slides, and giving squirrels interesting new haircuts. He yawned. So peaceful. And quiet. So terrible. Hey. Let go. No. Georgette all mine. Rio turned his attention back to the playground, where his lovely sister was apparently fighting with another little girl over the possession of Kyoko's oversized scissors. Let go, let go, let go. You let go. It's mine. He sighed and turned away, intending to take a nap, with a light green on his face. Before he could fall asleep, he heard a loud shriek and sat upright, wondering what happened. Kyoko was standing alone in the playground, grinning a silly grin, holding her large scissors in one hand, and a large mass of hair in her other. Rio blinked. Got her? He asked. Got sir. Kyoko smiled happily and waved around the hair. Good girl, he said, and went back to take his nap. Then he froze in mid-blink and said, Kyo-chan. Yes? Do not cut my hair. Oh, please. Asterisk Ryuga reached for some popcorn. Yukaiu reached for some popcorn. A moment later, the tub of popcorn dropped to the floor amongst a flood of apologies by both sides, and some low-level blushing ensued. It was the sort of thing that was horribly cliched, but it didn't help lower the amount of embarrassment they felt. Asterisk Kodakai tossed aside a folder and sighed. It had been a very busy time as of late, but now she was free once more to pursue whatever she wanted, which was, at the moment, either Ranma or Ryouga. She could not decide which. Kodakai HM'd for a moment, putting chin in palm, pondering how to go about things. Less than how did Brother Dear ever decide whom to chase after first ? Greater than then the solution presented itself to her. She'd just go about the town, and whoever she saw first, was going to have all of her love and Gapatayon for the night. Asterisk less than strange. Yukaiu closed shop already ? Greater than Ryouga looked at the door to Hookins, a bit puzzled. Yukayu? Ryouga? Hello? She knocked on the door for a bit, sprang to the roof and went to the back, looked around in the backyard, then sighed and walked off. Less than I wonder where they went, greater than asterisk. Rio leisurely strolled down the street, his little sister hopping about, full of far too much energy in his opinion and tying up ill-gotten hair samples into a locket of sorts. Come on, meet the neighbors, prodded Kyoko. I'd rather not, muttered Rio. Just go ahead and go home. Rio patted her on the head. You can visit the manager again. You two get along well, right? Yup, bubbled Kyoko. There you go. Now go on and I'll be back later. Where you going? Asked Kyoko, looking at him with curiosity-filled kawaii-boosted eyes. Target practice, Kyo-chan. Target practice. Okay. Kyoko zoomed into the apartment complex, giggling happily and waving around the Azusa hair that she sheared off earlier. Miss Manager, I'm Paddock. Rio waited until she disappeared inside the building, and walked away as he heard voices drift from within. Kyoko-chan, how are you doing today? Fine. I was with my brother. Oh, what's this in your hand? It's hair, said Kyoko, matter-of-factly. I scalped someone. Another night, another bunch of failed would-be boyfriends, thought Akurai as she observed her pet sumo pig finish off the last of that crowd of boys that he attacked. Nobody left standing. She sighed. Less than isn't single quote either someone out there for me greater than she wondered sadly. Being single in Mirima was rough already. Her case didn't help lower the averages. Ryouga and Yukayu sat in their seats, staring blankly at the screen as the credits rolled by. Ryouga slowly looked into Yukayu's eyes. Yukayu slowly turned towards Ryouga. Yukayu. Ryouga? I didn't understand that ending at all, said Ryouga. Did you get any of it? Well, kinda. Yukayu sipped on her soda thoughtfully for a moment as the end credits rolled by, then said, let's see. The two personalities, in the end, merged into one, new personality, but stuck in the woman's head, who was rebuilt into the woman's head, which was stuck onto some spare android, which then wandered off to find its destiny. Or something like that. Ryouga still looked confused. Okay. Then who was it? Kion 6? Some other section of the government. Doesn't matter. That was... What's her name? Kusanagai's department, right? No, that's Department 9. I thought Department 9 was the bad guys. No. The Foreign Ministry was the bad guys. Ah. Right. Why? Yukayu frowned. Actually, she wasn't 100% sure herself, but she was sure it would work itself out after a few hours of thought. I'll sketch you a diagram later. Come on, let's go. The two left the movie theater, entering the cool, breezy evening and stretched a bit, experiencing the universal sensation of movie theater stiffness. You know the feeling, After watching a long movie and finally getting up only to have your body become unstable, Andrea stood briefly by the wall of the building. "Hey," she said, pointing to a large movie poster on the wall, "and Audrey Hepburn Festival. Let's go watch it next week." "Audrey Hepburn? Who's that?" wondered Ryouga. She smirked. "You really are out of touch with pop culture, Marine single quote Tia. "I'll tell you about her some other time." "Ah, right." Yukaitu sighed and closed her eyes, tilting her head back, and let the breeze blow through her face, lifting her hair slightly. Ryuga couldn't help but look at her, just mesmerized. She might pass a day as a boy in the past, but now, as she was maturing, and finally accepting she was a girl, at that moment he couldn't imagine her on offer way. And for a moment, just a moment, she was the only girl in the world. She noticed his attention and turned away, blushing, but with a small bit of a smile. Less than what single quote essay staring at question mark greater than she wondered. "So, where do you wanna go now?" said Ryuga. "Go?" asked Yukaiu. She really hadn't thought of post-movie activities. Go. "Hey, how about a dance club?" "A what?" "A club. You know, music, dancing. It'll be fun." Ryuga panicked. He didn't know how to dance and wasn't in the mood to show a large crowd exactly how bad of a dancer he was. "But I don't." "Oh, come on, don't be scared," said Yukaiu. "Hey, there's one A nearby. It'll be great. I don't one more negative out of you, sugar, and I'll have to hit ya," she said jokingly, dragging him along. Asterisk, who'd have thought it would happen? Said Yukaiu, sitting on a street bench. Her expression was that of mild surprise. "Well, in a way, it was bound to happen, I guess," grumbled Ryuga. "They banned us," said Yukaiu. "The nerve of them," declared Ryuga. "Whoever heard of a no martial artists policy?" Yukaiu yelled. "Oh well, might as well go ho, Ryuga-chan." Ryuga froze, turning around slowly. That was not Yukaiu's voice. Those were not Yukaiu's arms that had latched around him either. Yukaiu stiffened suddenly and her smile quickly faded, replaced by a look of definite discomfort and barely visible yet definitely tangibly irritation aimed at Ryuga. Ryuga stuttered, "Ryoko, what are you doing here?" "Ryuga." "Yukaiu." "Hi. What you two doing?" We, stumbled Ryuga. "There's this movie, break." "Well," floundered Yukaiu. "Just taking a, break," finally managed Ryuga. "Yeah, just taking a break from running the store," agreed Yukaiu. "Oh, that's good. You shouldn't work too hard, Ryuga-chan." "You do, Yukaiu." Then Ryoko pouted. "But you should've invited me too." Stuttered Ryuga. "Well, we, tried Yukaiu." "It's okay. I know you weren't able to reach me. I was out all day." Ryuko snuggled up next to Ryuga, while Yukaiu scowled and Ryuga started sweating badly. Ryuga also forgot one rule of the universe: it can always get worse. Oh. Ryuga-sama, I've found you. Ryuga cringed. Yukaiu sighed. Ryuko scowled. Ryuga's my boyfriend. Who the hell are you? Before any of them could answer, several bouquets of flowers landed on the floor and began smoking. So, another would claim my Ryuga-sama as her own. Very well then, prepare to die. Within a second, the whole street was clouded with thick gas. From above, Kodakai in a gas mask and leotard leapt into the fray, whipping around indiscriminately. Ryuga frowned. This wasn't the way tonight was supposed to go. All he wanted was a nice, non-violent day with Hook. His _friend_. Everyone began to cough and gag in reaction to the fumes. Without thinking, he grabbed Yukaiu by the hand, held his breath, and ran blindly in one direction. Ryuga blazed through the streets, running blindly and coughing to the gas attack from Kodakai's bouquets. Finally he stopped partially because he was tired, but mostly because Yukaiu booted him in the head. Idiot! What have you done? Yelled Yukaiu. I got us away from Kodakai, countered Ryuga, and left Ryuko alone back there against her. Oh, Ryuga began to look somewhat guilty. We'll just go back then, okay? Ryuga. What? Yukaiu sighed. Ryuga, where on earth are we now? Ryuga looked around. Hey! Where'd all these big trees come from and where'd Tokyo go? Idiot. Clang ****. Meanwhile, back in Mirima, the citizenry, once they got clear of the gas attack and settled down to get a good view of the fights in Mirima, are considered free entertainment, and it's common for a sudden brawl to get a large audience. They were very disappointed. Ryuko, tangled in ribbons, coughing, wheezing, and somewhat disoriented, tied her hands around Kodakai's throat. Kodakai, who had her gas mask knocked off, was wrapped in the amazingly long yo-yo string, coughing, wheezing, and had her hands around Ryuko's throat. Hiroshi and Daiju passed by, noticing the squabbling pair of flatties and the crowd that was watching them. Hiroshi went up to one person in the crowd and asked, "Good fight?" The man frowned, said, "It started out alright, but then they both started choking on some poison fumes and such." Daiju shook his head sadly. So it degenerated into a typical cat fight between women, with little martial arts prowess shown. The man nodded. They're still going at it now. Even as they spoke, the crowd was slowly dispersing, disappointed. Hiroshi shook his head. No technique, no finesse. Daiju sighed. Maybe there's something good at the movies. Ryuga and Yukaiu did the only thing they could do in their position left parenthesis, which was being lost, and strolled leisurely in a direction that seemed right. In general, It seemed to be a good evening for a stroll. The sunset was at its waning moments, and darkness already was settled into the streets. Unseen to them both, a pair of eyes that were tracking them leapt onto a nearby rooftop. Inside the house, there were yells of "Damn it, comma, this single quote right at it again," and "My roof! My roof!" But any veteran martial artist tends to ignore this out of habit. Somewhere in the dark, that person grinned. Less than target practice. Northeast ? Greater than Ryouga blinked. He looked around cautiously, with the martial artist instinct within him sending warning signals. Yukayu, being a martial artist as well, also took a moment to glance around. "You get the feeling," said Ryouga. "We're being watched," added Yukayu. They took a moment to look around. Nothing. Then Ryouga spotted it. In the dim moonlight, he saw a shadow on the ground zooming towards him. What the? He looked up and saw Ryo zooming through the air, using his umbrella as a glider. Ryo frowned, realizing the element of surprise was gone. Hibiki prepared to die. He snapped his umbrella shut, which drastically changed his aerodynamics, sending him rocketing down. He aimed his bladed umbrella at Ryuga's head. "Ryuga, look out!" yelled Yukayu. "Yukayu, get back!" Ryuga stepped protectively in front of Yukayu and blocked Ryo's incoming strike. Then, a flurry of slashes, parries, and feints ensued while Yukayu backed away and watched. She would helped out, but knew Ryuga was the proud sort. If he got in trouble, then she'd help. What clang do you want now? Swish asked Ryuga. Just slash a little OF entertainment, answered Ryo. "Why can't swing you just leave me alone?" Meanwhile, a block away, Hikarai rode atop her gigantic sumo pig, sat that another day at twist, with nowhere the sweeter in sight. "I think you're just too tough," she sighed, as she petted the pig on the forehead. It grunted with pride. Then, by way of some sort of predatory instinct, it sensed worthy foes nearby and charged like a pig possessed. "Katsune Shiki, slow down," pleaded Hikarai, but it was too late for that. Ryuga took a step back, surprised when Ryo's gloved fists suddenly lit up with ki energy. The effect was nearly dazzling, as Ryo swung ki-charged punch after punch, mixed in with occasional ki-charged umbrella hook swipes, towards Ryuga. None made it through Ryuga's defenses, but the punches that he blocked definitely did sting. Ryo allowed himself a slight grin as he saw how much his new attack was surprising his foe. Of course, this sort of ki usage was incredibly draining, but Ryo was gambling that Ryuga would be thrown off stride enough to leave some sort of opening, one that he was ready to strike at with deadly force. And then he saw his opening, a clear shot to Ryuga's chest. It was there, if he reacted fast enough. If only he wasn't a typical Mirima martial artist. "An opening," he yelled, swinging wildly with a left hook. Ryouga, being warned by the yell, dodged away, but not quick enough to evade Ryo grabbing him by the shirt. Apparently forgetting what happened the last time he tried it, Ryo went for the headbutt to Ryuga's face. At the very last second he managed to slip away from Ryo's grasp, pulling himself down and away as Ryo's headbutt attempt surged forward. At the same time, Ryouga felt something big brush past him. Ryo felt his skull connect solidly, but with something not quite Ryuga-ish. Bigger, yes. Harder, definitely much harder. There was pain. Definitely. Ouch. It was apparently a really big one too. Ryo swaggered, almost falling off his feet. Less than be damned if I'm going to fall in battle to a big exclamation point greater than the big, who knew what it was hitting beforehand, also had its pride and refused to fall. The two were locked in post-headbutt position, slowly stepping away from each other while trying not to look utterly dazed. The big snorted defiantly. Ryo grunted and slugged it in the jaw. The big toppled over. Soon after. So did Ryo. Well, that was weird, said Yukayu. Who'd think that a giant pig would come rushing out like giant pig? Oh no, muttered Yukayu. Please tell me Akurai isn't around. Oh my, said Akurai, rushing up to Ryo's fallen form. Is he okay? Arg. No. Griped Yukayu. What's going on? Asked Ryouga. Akurai, said Yukayu. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking, are you? Huh? Will someone tell me what's going on? Wondered Ryouga. And why's she got his head on her lap like that? Remember how I explained to you about Akurai and her pig? Said Yukayu. Yeah, so? Asked Ryouga, trying not to cringe at the sight of Akurai gently stroking Ryo's hair. Yukayu said, remember the part about beating her pig? So what if someone beat? Oh, he finally got it. Akurai, just this once, I don't think following your grandfather's wishes is such a good idea, said Yukayu. From what I hear, he has his good traits, said Akurai casually. He doesn't look too bad either. Akurai, do you know who this person is? Asked Yukayu. She took a moment to examine him. Fighting with Ryouga, dressed well, had a surly look to his face. HRM. This is Ryuko's brother, isn't it? Ryo? Asked Akurai. If he's anything like his sister, he can't be all bad. Akurai, this guy isn't someone you can trust, said Yukayu. Ryouga nodded vigorously in agreement. In fact, he's dangerous. It was at about this time that Ryo regained consciousness. The way in which he woke up reminded Akurai of a pig. He first opened one eye slowly, then closed it again and snorted. Then he opened the eye again, slowly, and saw a rather cute girl smile. He couldn't help but blink. Hi there, she said gently. Hi. This was a situation he was entirely not used to. A gentle smile, a loving gaze, kind words, and his head resting on a female lap. It was absolutely terrifying. He bolted upright immediately, giving her a wary, narrow-eyed look. Pardon me. Must be running. Without further ado, he wobbled up to his feet then sprang away. Wait! Cried Hikarai. Come back! Before Yukayu could stop her she ran off after her new infatuation at an amazing speed. Sighing was the only thing Yukayu could do after seeing that. Oh boy, this isn't good. Come on, said Ryouga. We might as well go home. Yeah, she said, looking absently in the direction in which Hikarai ran off. I'll just talk to her later. For Ryouga, it was another reminder of the problem of a romantic nature he was facing, one that he really didn't want to think about. Sorry the evening got ruined like that, mumbled Ryouga. The two of them moved around the storefront of Ukin's, making sure it was locked up for the night. Ruined? What do you mean? Wondered Yukayu. Well, running into everybody like that. Oh, that. Yukayu wasn't sure what the problem was. Being in this neighborhood for the past year made her numb to attacks on dates by various martial artists. It was something that was expected. Although it was awfully sweet of Ryouga to apologize about it. No big deal. Weird coincidence, I guess. But I wanted. Ryouga twiddled his thumbs, losing sight of what it was he was wanting to say. We don't get to relax much. And possibilities of what Ryouga was trying to say danced around feebly of Yukayu's mind. Less than he wanted things to go perfectly. He wanted a perfect night out. He wanted to have a great evening. With me. Greater than she almost blushed. That's okay, sugar, said Yukayu, smiling. There'll be other times. Yeah, I guess. Yukayu proceeded to lock up the restaurant while Ryouga called in the middle of the room. She couldn't help but feel mildly irritated, as a scene from earlier in the days kept on replaying on her mind. Today's events only helped to remind her of it. Ryuko hanging on to Ryouga like that, while the dummy just stood there unstammered. Unfortunately, Ryouga noticed, and he began to look a bit more uncomfortable, and that set off a chain reaction of her noticing and getting a bit more irritated, which in turn got him more uncomfortable until, "Hey," she said, "something else bothering you? You're looking weird." "I am?" "Yes," she said, "you are." "Look," he said, sounding embarrassed. "Ryuko and I were Yukayu frowned. "And, why are you telling me this? I just don't want you to get the wrong idea, that's all. I just wanted to clear that up, okay?" Yukayu sighed, sitting down next to Ryouga and looked him in the eye. "Listen, sugar, we both know what happens when you are honest about your feelings towards somebody." "What do you mean by?" "Don't be like Ranma," she said, her gaze unwavering. "Understand?" "What if you don't feel the same way?" said Yukayu. "Tell her." Don't keep her hanging on. Now do you understand? I guess I do. I'll talk to her about it. Yukai nodded approvingly. Well, I'm bushed. Guess I'll go to sleep. Night, Ryouga. Yeah, good night. Yukai headed for her bedroom, then hesitated when she realized she'd left Ryouga at the kitchen, with no way for him to find his room. It might take him hours just to find his room again, and that means she'd have a hard time waking him up the next day. Not good. As she headed back to find Ryouga, she heard the phone ring. Yukai crept back, silently, and peeked around the corner at the front register, where the phone was, and where Ryouga picked it up. Ryouga question mark / Ryoko / hi. What happened to you? You disappeared after I got through beating up that psychotic weirdo girl. I got lost. Look, I've got a / hey, are you doing anything this Saturday question mark / Saturday? No. But I / great. Then we can go out on a date Saturday, right question mark / er. A date. / great. See you Saturday. I by exclamation point / click * a date. Ryouga slowly put down the phone, took a deep breath, and tried not to yell. It didn't work. Why does this always happen to me? Unseen and unheard, Yukai went back to her room with a frown, muttering, spineless moron. Wimp. Idiot. As far as she was concerned, that moron could find his room on his own. D&D Part 5 Sunday night, Kinojuk. Sorry to disturb you, but I'm in need of your services. / hey, that's okay. Just as long / of course, I'm ready to pay. / oh, well then, your wish is my command. Hadn't heard from you in a while. Where are you at question mark / lounging about Nirima these days? / Nirima? Hey, you wouldn't happen to know an Abiki Tendo, would I question mark / I know of one, yes. Why? / next time you see her, send her my regards. / oh. A possible interest? / let's single quotes just say I admire her work. / interesting. / right then, to business. What do you need question mark / tell me what you know about a girl named Akurai and Ryu. / and Ryu. Ryu. Give me a moment to look that up. Oh my god / the pursuit of happiness Act 1 Part 6 no dance for me = Monday morning Ranma got up, half asleep, and stepped into the living room. Akinu is already there and didn't look very much awake either. So, what is it today? Asked Ranma. Sumo day. Sumo day. Sumo day. I ate sumo day. Asterisk meanwhile, elsewhere. Oh my. The morning greeted Akari and Ryuga's doorstep with flowers of almost every color and shape, leaving her awestruck and speechless. She never received flowers before, and the sight of the masses of flowers now made her feel giddy and lightheaded. There was a card. It was a simple card, with no decorations, and rather small as well. It had a simple message. Good morning MUHOSHIN Rio asterisk much later. So, they still do this every morning? Asked Ryouga. Nabuki nodded casually. Well, ever since they announced they would go through with the marriage after all, things got ugly. Although some of them don't seem to be as enthusiastic as they used to be. Oh? Why's that? Wondered Yukayu. Probably because Kumo-chan's bunch is bullying the other clubs into it, I think, said Nabuki. Goodness, isn't this dangerous? Wondered Akari. I feel sorry for all of him, said Yukayu. They watched from atop a wall as Ranma and Akan plowed into a horde of sumo wrestlers. And they're even on a schedule too, said Nabuki. Schedule? Asked Yukayu. Let's see. For this month, it's the sumo squad this morning, and the tennis team this afternoon. A sumo wrestler entered lower orbit. Another went to the second floor via Akan fist and kick. Tuesday morning is archery. Archery. Boggled Yukayu. Yeah, archery. Oh, don't worry. They just shoot blood and arrows. More irritating than anything else, really. The afternoon ease. A sumo wrestler was thrown through a window into a room, where seconds later, an explosion and purple smoke emerged. Oh yeah, Ken Club. Them too? Asked Yukayu. Yup. And Wednesday it's Akan's stormtroopers. Akan's what? Asked Ryouga. Well, those guys, answered Nabuki, just a bunch of students. Don't belong to any club, and their only goal is to date my sis. Why? Asked Yukayu. Is the whole school so obsessed with Akan? She wouldn't admit it, but she was feeling a little jealousy. I have no idea, said Nabuki. Anyways, Wednesday morning is the hockey team. Wednesday afternoon is the baseball team. Okay, we get the idea, said Yukayu. How about Kuno? Wondered Ryouga. The three of them ducked as a sumo wrestler zoomed through the air. Kumo-chan. He's up on Friday mornings, along with the Kendo squad. The three watched, slightly bored, as Ranma and Akan dismissed the last of the sumo horde for the day. Hey! Ranma! Akan! Hurry up! You're gonna be late! Yelled Nabuki. See you later, Nabuki, said Yukayu as she headed out into the hallway crowd and after Ryouga. Hey! Ryouga! That's the wrong way. Wait up. And so, life resumed in Furinkan High. The classes passed in a haze, as usual, but the lunch hour was another matter entirely. The guys and the girls, as usual, separated into their separate little zones and talked of life, love, and the pursuit of happiness. And boys, in particular, Sayuri, Yuka, Nanami, Akan, Akari, and Ryouga were left at a table, gossiping in general. "What's with you, Hikarai?" wondered Sayuri. You seem really bubbly today." It was true, and rather noticeable. She'd been smiling and grinning and humming all through the day. "Just a nice day, that's all," she said cheerily. "Ah, right." Sayuri let the matter drop, figuring she'd find out eventually, either from Hikarai or Nebiki. "You know, the spring dance is coming up," said Yuka. "I'm so excited." "Is Daisuke seeing anybody?" asked Sayuri. "I think I'll ask him." "Ranma asked you to go already, right?" asked Yuka. "Well, not yet," answered Akan reluctantly. "Geez, is he still dense about these things?" wondered Sayuri. "Guess so," said Yuka. "How about you, Yukayu?" asked Hikarai. What about me?" "Hasn't Ryouga asked you to the dance yet?" "What?" "Come on," said Yuka. "Don't tell me you two aren't an item." "It's not like that." "What's wrong with him?" "He does look cute," said Hikarai. "We're just friends, really." "Right," said Sayuri. "Well, if he's not gonna take you, I hope he asks me." "Sayuri!" yelled Yukayu. "Well," said Yuka, "Hikarai's right, he is cute. I wouldn't mind being with him either." Meanwhile, somewhere on the boys' side of the lunch zone, Daisuke, Hiroshi, Ranma, and Ryouga were settled under a tree, digesting and such. "You watched that game last night?" "I tell ya, it was great," said Daisuke. "Man, this is the most disgusting sandwich they've ever made," said Hiroshi, spitting out some of the cafeteria's fine cuisine. "Akan must have cooked it," said Ranma, then quickly checked to make sure that she didn't hear that. "Speaking of Akan," said Hiroshi, "you did ask her to the dance, didn't single quote to you." "The what?" "Spring dance. You know, the first dance in a long time that Principal Kuno approved." "Say, Principal Kuno'd probably have us shave our head or something." Yeah, whatever." "So you've asked Akan, right?" wondered Daisuke. "I will." "Mumber," Hiroshi said. "You want Akan to pound you, then?" "No. It's just, Ranma's lucky." "Oh," said Daisuke. "He's got someone to ask." "How about you, Ryouga?" asked Ranma, hoping to get the spotlight off of himself. "You gonna ask Ukan?" Ryouga blinked. He wasn't used to being a focus of attention. "What? You heard me." "Well, come on, ask her out." "Oh, that's right," said Hiroshi. "I forgot that you and Yukai were a couple too." Ryouga choked on a sandwich bit. "So, when are you asking her out, Ryouga?" asked Ranma. Ryouga spat out some processed tuna, still coughing a bit. "Surprised nobody else asked her," said Hiroshi. "Yeah, she's cute." "Headed and Daisuke." "She's never hit you with a spatula before," muttered Ryouga. "If I thought I had a chance, I'd ask her," said Hiroshi. "You're a lucky guy, Ryouga," said Daisuke. "She's cute and can cook." "You two even live together already?" said Hiroshi. Hey, have you too? Well, you know, asked Daisuke, elbowing Ryouga a bit. This wasn't wise. It isn't like that, yelled Ryouga. Hey, said Daisuke in a low voice, with a bit of a sly grin. I thought you were not gonna ask her. Can I? No way, bellowed Ryouga. Ranma stayed quiet, enjoying the show. He was only too glad to let Ryouga take the spotlight for once. Why not? Wondered Hiroshi. I thought you two had a sketch Hiroshi. No. Why'd I want to date her? Wondered Ryouga. What? Exclaimed Hiroshi. A babe like her? I don't believe you, man. What's wrong with her? You think she's too ugly? You just aren't attracted to her? What? Asked Daisuke. Yes. No. Hey RGH. Stop asking me, yelled Ryouga. Unfortunately, Yukio was nearby, and she heard the bit about being too ugly. She calmly walked over with a hint of menace in her eyes. What's that, Ryouga? You think I'm ugly? No. Wait, I didn't mean that. So you think I'm ugly, eh? She lifted her spatula from fizzling and twirled it. Man, this is like deja vu, said Ranma. Only it's happening to someone else. This is cool. I didn't say it, yelled Ryouga desperately. No. UGH. Normally, the UGH would have been caused by a spatula to the head. Not today. Ho 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 ho. Ryouga-sama. How I've missed you. Dread Kodakai as she latched onto Ryouga and clonked him firmly. She was, again, in her leotard, and holding him tightly. Ryouga promptly sprouted a nosebleed and passed out. Ryouga-sama? She asked. What a wimp, muttered Ranma. Ranma-sama, said Kodakai. She sprang from Ryouga, dropping him to the floor, and soon had Ranma in her arms and struggling to get out. Hey! Lego! Less than, oh no greater than thought Ranma, Akan. Wait! Akan approached, blue battlore and all. No! Wait! This isn't what it looks like. Asterisk wham asterisk asterisk King's Cafe, the lunch hour. The bar was closed, reserved actually, for a private gathering. At a long table was seated a large amount of people, roughly 50, all dressed in semi-formal garb and in a quiet and subdued manner. Seated at the head of the table was an old man, also in a suit. He seemed to radiate authority and respect. A few others were of middle age, but the rest of them were rather young, in their late teens or early 20s. King heard vague rumors of the elderly man at the head of the table. He was a master of some secret school of martial arts, but beyond that, she did not know. Naturally, she watched from a distance with great curiosity. Ryoma sat quietly near the end of the table, surrounded by his siblings and other members of the now-defunct UWSMA. He looked at who was seated at the front of the table and was rather impressed. There was Sensei Tanaka, who took part in training Ryouga under their Creational Equipment Division. There was Sensei Yamada, who could not only take down several opponents with kitchenware, but could also use, for example, a wet fish and coined the phrase "well slap me with a wet fish," and defend himself well. There was Sensei Morimoto of the gardening division, Sensei Matsuzashi of the hair care division, and there was Sensei Kobayashi Kama, a living legend and master of forest survival. Leaves him in the forest, unarmed, and he'll only need to use a clump of dirt and a weed to bring you down. There was someone that caught Ryo's eyes. A girl, sitting next to the sensei of the janitorial division. A short-haired, fairly uncomfortable-looking Gaijin girl. She was shifting around uneasily and was looking generally out of place. He narrowed his eyes. Why, he wondered, was a barbarian foreigner amongst us? She noticed his gaze and returned it with an equally hostile glare, then turned away. There was something familiar about her, no. He just couldn't remember at the moment. There was a familiar face in the crowd. Ryo prodded his memory for a moment, until a name finally emerged. Kuzuka. 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 Oh yes. Him. Ryo broke his leg on a limb once. Must say hello and how's the leg? Sometime. Heck. And then there was one of the higher-ranking masters, Sensei Miyagi. He was also the Mahashian's legal guardian. Of course, the independent nature of them made it somewhat difficult to manage them. At the worst was Ryo, who despised any interference from the old man. On the better side was Kyoko, who called him Grandpapa. With an asterisk and a cough, Miyagi stood up to address everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, it's good to see you all looking well, said Sensei Miyagi, stroking his beard. This will probably be the last gathering in a while of what was once a proud and long-lived school of martial arts. The crowd seemed to be saddened at this point. But I am not content to see it die in such an undignified way. There will be a rebuilding. I've talked with other elders Sensei Kamui single quote will see what can be done. Until then, I wish you all the best in your new lives. The applause started. Oh, I should mention that one of your colleagues, Umi, could not be here. She sends her regards, he continued, but the good news is that she now serves the royal family. The crowd cheered at this. It was quite an achievement to get that position. Now, let us enjoy our lunch. The crowd ate, a bit subdued, but still with conversation. Dioplex caught up with what was happening with others. Congratulations and condolences were given, and a generally pleasant time was had by all. Soon, the luncheon was over, and Ryo strolled to the doors, eager to avoid the nagging of his former mentors. As Ryo and his siblings exited the cafe, he heard an asterisk behind him, and turned to see Sensei Miyagi standing behind him. Kyoko yelled out aloud "WAI" and clomped the old fellow. "Sensei Grandpa," she bubbled. "Okay," muttered Megain. "Sensei Miyagi, how are you doing nowadays?" asked Ryoko. Ryo scowled. Miyagi smiled as he looked over his legally fostered children. I'm doing well for myself. Retirement and such, you know. I'll visit you all again right now, but for now. His tone turned a bit on serious and stern side. Ryouga, I need to talk to you, young man. Alone. Ryo looked at his sisters and brother briefly. Go on home, he said. Negain the escade. Kyoko jumped up and down. Ooh, Ryo's introuble. Ryuko looked at her watch. Less than HM. By now Ryuga ought to be greater than. I'm gonna go visit Ryuga. Be back home later. They left quickly, leaving Ryo and Sensei Miyagi alone. Come, let us walk a bit, said the sensei. Ryo frowned, but followed. He'd rather not follow the old man. Budon had to show some respect sometime. Asterisk, what a day, muttered Ryuga, trudging home, feeling relieved that the school day was over. No kidding, said Yukayu, who walked along with him. She pulled him back in the right direction every now and then. How dare they ask me if I hate him? Ask you what? Queried Yukayu. Never mind. Come on, tell me. I'd rather not. Okay, fine, be that way, muttered Yukayu. What do you mean by that? Big-headed, said Yukayu. There was a hint of a smile on the edge of her face, but Ryuga didn't notice it. Hey, just kidding. They walked on in silence for a while longer. You really don't wanna say? Okay. It's just that the guys were asking me, who I was kinda asked of the spring dance, said Ryuga, blushing lightly. Oh, that. Yukayu suddenly wished she hadn't asked. They were just, well, wondering when I'd, ask you to. Ryougasama. Oh. Ryuga froze in horror. Less than not again. Please not Kodakai. Please no Kodakai. Please hyphen greater than it was Kodakai. Ryuga, darling, have some roses, said Kodakai, tossing a bolt of black roses at him. Ryuga batted it away with ease. He was a victim of her roses once already, and he didn't care to be one again. What do you? Yukayu sighed. Less than somebody by Ryuga's spine. Please not greater than, just came here to remind you, Ryuga-sama, about the spring dance. We are going, aren't we? What? No a school dance? Ryuga, you were gonna ask me, right? Said Ryuko as she arrived on the scene. Less than shouldn't single quote these things greater than wondered Ryuga less than be happening to Ranma question mark greater than and who are you? Peasant girl? Sneered Kodakai. Ryuga would have said something at this point, but he was momentarily paralyzed, and not too happy either. Peasant girl? Ryuko pulled out her twin iron-weighted yo-yos and approached Kodakai with extreme malice. Yukayu, seeing a possible disaster building up, tried to cool things down. Come on, girls, calm down. Let's not fight, okay? Ho ho, So the hack chef has an interest in my Ryouga-sama too? Ryoko blinked. It's not like that, yelled Yukayu. Ryuga finally decided that enough was enough and tried to step in. Take this, you wenches, yelled Kodakai as she tossed a gas grenade bouquet at them. Yukayu and Ryoko managed to get clear, but Ryuga didn't see it coming. He was, again, paralyzed by Kodakai. Then the fighting got underway. Normally, this would be a pleasant day in the park. Not today. Why? Ryo Mahashin and Sensei Miyagi were strolling in it, and that raised the potential for violence quite a bit. The sensei seemed to be relaxed, but Ryo was dreading the conversation that was about to take place. Ryo. Talk properly, boys. Itai. Yes, sensei. I want to talk to you about a few things. Ryo frowned. WHAP*, show some respect for your elders. Yes, SEI. Now, first of all, how are your brother and sisters doing? I see no need to worry about them, sensei, he said coolly. I take it that means everything is fine. I suppose, sensei. And your sister, Ryoko, she has given up on the boy Hibiki? Yes, sensei, lied Mahashin. I must talk with her later. Of course, sensei. Where was I? Oh yes, first of all, I'd just like you to know that I've heard about what you've been up to, and I don't like it. Ryo remained cautiously silent. Our school was founded for the purpose of protecting lives, noting them. You are taking everything we've taught you and tarnishing it. Ryo winced. Mahashin, I know that the other instructors pushed you by comparing you to that Hibiki boy all the time, but it was not supposed to lead to a burning hatred for him. Right? WHAP*, right, sensei? And I heard you were dealing with the Shadlu. Ryo decided to remain silent on this topic. WHAP*, what was that for? Growled Ryo. You had it coming. You know not what you deal with when you deal with the Shadlu, boys. I think I do. Oh, so you think you're better than I? Yes. Well then, said Sensei Miyagi, let's see about that. He pulled out a twin set of fans. Ryo adjusted the gloves on his hands and looked at his sensei from the corner of his eyes. I've learned a few things, he said, as his fists began glowing with ki energy. Ryuga wasn't in a good mood. He was also still paralyzed. Ho 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 ho. Fighting with toys, little girl. Taunted Kodakai, to which Ryoko replied by slinging her yo-yo out and breaking Kodakai's nose with lightning speed. You little bit. You shall pay for that, sneered Kodakai, while she held her now bleeding nose. Shut up and fight. Yukayu charged with her spatula, but Koda came on to spring free and whip around wildly with her ribbon. Ryuga was definitely not in a good mood. Less than these things, greater than hedgehog, less than happened to Ranma, Not me! Exclamation point greater than Kodakai snared a park bench and tossed at Ryouga, who dodged easily. Instead, the bench hit Ryouga. Less than all this, because everyone thinks I love somebody. Greater than Ryouga slung her yo-yos and snared Kodakai by the ankle, then pulled a dart, swinging her around. Unfortunately, Yukai was in the way. Less than love. Fuck. I've had enough of that. It's given me nothing but food and disapoi and demand. Greater than Yukai who shoved Kodakai away. But unfortunately Kodakai's ribbon was beginning to tangle everyone up. Less than love. Who needs it? Not me! Exclamation point greater than in a surprise attack. Kodakai went for Ryuga's arm, hoping to draw him off somewhere more private and comfortable. Ryuga countered by grabbing the other arm, and Yukai managed to get a hold of his foot. Ryuga was beginning to glow, and not entirely from depression either. He put up with things that the fairer sex did, believing that girls needed to be treated more gently than boys in general. However, there was only so much he could take. He really didn't like being treated like a rope in a three-way tug-of-war. Cut it out. The three girls froze from the sudden outburst, as Ryuga overcoming massive chemical poisoning to stand up in a pose of anger and angst. Ryuga-sama? Asked Kodakai. Ryuga? Asked Ryuko. I'm not going to the spring dance with anyone. I'm not dating anyone. I don't want to date anyone. I don't need any of this. This brought an immediate halt to the squabbling of the ladies. Ryuga, you don't mean it, said Ryuko. Everyone just leave me alone. Ryuga ran off, very angry, leaving behind three stunned and silent girls. You see, Mohashin, the student has yet to surpass the master. Ryo mumbled. Now, take my advice, boys. First of all, learn from your mistakes, don't single quote to be angry from them. Ryo groaned. Second, get back to your roots and mind your manners. That's 3. WHAP*. Ow. Don't contradict me. Anyways, fourth, don't hold on to your hate, Mohashin. It serves only to hinder you. Right. WHAP*. Right. Sensei. And finally, you were trained to be a protector, not a criminal. Yes. Sensei. Very well then. I'm going now. Sayonara, Sensei. And I'll be in touch again. Keep that in mind. Oh, good. WHAP*. Don't be a smartass, boys. Why yes, Sensei. Oh. And one more thing. I hear you've been taking on Tako's eyes. Ryo blinked. How'd the sensei hear of that? Don't bother, boys. Greater men than you have tried to kill him. I nearly succeeded. Did you pierce his body with a spear? Drown him in a river? Toss him in a cave full of explosives? No. *THWAP*. And no, Sensei. Then you haven't even come close to the best of efforts. He gets hurt, oh yes, but he never dies. He is amongst the greatest evils of a pen today, boys. If you had heard him, he was probably playing with you. He does that, you know, finds someone to amuse him and tease that unfortunate soul for years. Rio nodded slowly.